The first time the data appeared on the screen, the room went quiet. Not the kind of silence that comes from boredom, but the heavy, uneasy kind, the kind that tells you something is wrong. The numbers didn't make sense. The dates were too old. The structures were too large. And yet, there it was, confirmed again and again by instruments that don't care about opinions, careers, or long-held beliefs. What had just been uncovered wasn't supposed to exist. Not according to everything we've been taught about human history. Imagine standing in front of a city so vast it rivals modern urban sprawl, its layout carefully planned, its structures aligned with mathematical precision. Now imagine being told that this city was built at a time when humans were supposedly struggling just to survive, hunting animals, gathering berries, and living in small, scattered tribes. No writing. No agriculture. No complex social systems. At least, that's the story we were told. But the ground beneath our feet has begun to tell a very different story. For over a century, archaeologists believed they had the human timeline figured out. Civilization, they said, began around 6,000 years ago. Before that, humans were primitive. Clever, yes, but incapable of organizing large populations or constructing monumental architecture. Cities required farming. Farming required stability. Stability required time. It was a clean, logical progression. Too clean, as it turns out. Because buried beneath jungles, deserts, and even oceans, archaeologists are now finding evidence of massive urban centers that predate recorded history by thousands of years. Not villages. Not temporary settlements. Megacities. Carefully designed. Densely populated. Built by people who understood geometry, astronomy, and engineering at a level no one expected from that era. And the most unsettling part isn't that these cities existed, it's that they seem to have vanished almost completely from human memory. At first, the discoveries were easy to dismiss. An odd stone arrangement here. An unusually shaped mound there. Natural formations, most said. Coincidences. The kind of anomalies that pop up when humans look too hard for patterns. But then the anomalies began connecting. Roads leading nowhere. Platforms aligned with solstices. Foundations stretching farther than excavation teams could follow. And slowly, reluctantly, a realization began to form: these weren't isolated structures. They were parts of something much larger. What makes this discovery so disturbing isn't just its age, it's what it implies. If megacities existed long before what we call the birth of civilization, then something had to come before them. Knowledge doesn't appear fully formed. Skills are learned, refined, passed down. Which means these builders inherited their understanding from an even earlier phase of human development, one we know almost nothing about. And that raises an uncomfortable question: how much of our past has been erased? History, as we learn it, is fragile. It depends on surviving records, stable climates, and uninterrupted cultural transmission. Remove any one of those, and entire chapters disappear. Floods, fires, earthquakes, rising seas, nature has a way of wiping the slate clean. If an advanced society existed during a time of dramatic climate change, its collapse wouldn't just destroy cities. It would destroy memory. For thousands of years, ancient stories spoke of lost worlds. Great floods. Golden ages. Civilizations that angered the gods and vanished beneath the earth or the sea. Modern scholars labeled these stories as myths, symbolic tales invented to explain chaos. But what if they weren't metaphors? What if they were distorted memories of real events, passed down orally long after the physical evidence was buried? This is where the discomfort truly begins. Because once you accept that possibility, you start seeing patterns everywhere. Similar architectural styles appearing on different continents with no clear connection. Myths from cultures oceans apart describing the same cataclysm. Ancient maps that seem to show coastlines as they existed before the last ice age. For decades, these clues sat in plain sight, ignored because they didn't fit the narrative. Science prides itself on being open to new evidence. But science is done by humans, and humans are deeply invested in being right. Careers are built on theories. Institutions are built on timelines. When evidence threatens those foundations, it doesn't get welcomed. It gets questioned, minimized, delayed. Sometimes for generations. That doesn't mean archaeologists were hiding the truth. Most were doing what they were trained to do, interpreting new data through the lens of what was already accepted. But lenses can distort. And when the lens itself is flawed, everything seen through it becomes suspect. What's happening now feels less like a single discovery and more like a slow collapse of certainty. Each new site uncovered pushes the timeline back further. Each new scan reveals more complexity. And each confirmation forces researchers to admit what once felt unthinkable: human history is far older, and far stranger, than we ever imagined. This isn't about aliens, magic, or fantasy. It's about humans. Real people who lived, built, organized, and believed, then disappeared. Their cities didn't crumble because they were weak or foolish. Many appear to have been abandoned suddenly, as if something forced entire populations to flee or perish at once. Climate instability. Rapid sea level rise. Ecological collapse. Forces powerful enough to reset civilization itself. And if that happened once, it can happen again. That's why these discoveries matter so much right now. Not just because they rewrite textbooks, but because they challenge a comforting assumption, that progress is inevitable. That civilization always moves forward. The buried megacities tell a different story. One of cycles, not straight lines. Of rises followed by devastating falls. Of knowledge gained, then lost. Standing at the edge of these ancient ruins, archaeologists often describe a strange feeling. Not triumph. Not excitement. But humility. A quiet awareness that we may not be as unique, or as secure, as we like to think. That others stood where we stand now, believing their world was permanent. The stones they left behind say otherwise. As more of these forgotten cities emerge from the earth, one truth becomes impossible to ignore: the story of humanity didn't begin where we were told it did. It began earlier. Much earlier. And the deeper we dig, the clearer it becomes that we are only the latest chapter in a story that has already been erased once before. The question is no longer whether these megacities existed. The real question is why we forgot them, and what that forgetting says about our future. For thousands of years, we have been told a simple story about the origins of human civilization. It begins with scattered bands of hunter-gatherers eking out a living in harsh landscapes, driven by survival rather than ambition. According to the accepted timeline, these people gradually learned to farm, settling in small villages, domesticating animals, and inventing tools that allowed them to shape their environment in small, incremental ways. Over time, these villages grew into towns, and towns eventually became cities. This linear progression, the story of human advancement, has been the backbone of history books, museums, and classrooms for generations. It provides a neat framework, a comforting order to the chaos of our distant past. But recent discoveries are forcing us to question every assumption, every carefully constructed chapter of this narrative. The official timeline is more than just a series of dates and events. It represents a worldview, one that places humanity on a predictable path from simplicity to sophistication. According to this view, complex societies, monumental architecture, and urban planning were all late arrivals in human history. Agriculture is portrayed as the great turning point, the spark that ignited civilization, allowing humans to concentrate in permanent settlements and generate surplus resources. Only after agriculture could humans support specialized labor, organize large-scale projects, and create systems of governance. This framework has shaped not only how we understand the past but also how we measure progress. It suggests that the further back we go, the simpler, smaller, and less capable humans must have been. Hunter-gatherers were clever, yes, but ultimately limited. Civilization was something that happened later, gradually, as people learned, experimented, and improved over time. Yet this story, as tidy as it may seem, is increasingly difficult to defend. Archaeological evidence is beginning to pile up that does not fit into the neat categories established by mainstream history. Massive stone structures, urban layouts, and evidence of organized labor appear in contexts far older than the supposed birth of civilization. These discoveries raise fundamental questions. How could humans build cities before they had mastered agriculture? How could they organize large populations without formal governance systems? How could they achieve architectural precision without the tools and knowledge we have long assumed were necessary? The answers are not simple, and in many cases, they are missing entirely, leaving only the structures themselves and the enigmatic traces of the people who built them. Consider the implications. If the official timeline is incomplete, or worse, wrong, then everything we take for granted about human development becomes uncertain. Civilization might not have been a linear, inevitable process. Human ingenuity may have arisen, flourished, and then disappeared long before the first historical records were ever written. Knowledge that we assumed was new could, in fact, have been rediscovered. The tools, techniques, and ideas that underpin modern society may have deep, hidden roots, reaching into eras we have previously dismissed as primitive. This challenges not only academic understanding but also cultural assumptions about what humans are capable of and how quickly we can change the world. Mainstream archaeology is built on a framework that values caution and reproducibility, which is understandable. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and challenging established timelines risks professional criticism, funding cuts, or outright dismissal. For decades, anomalies were noted but not connected. When an unusually large stone platform or a sophisticated settlement appeared out of place, it was catalogued, measured, and then largely ignored. Individual discoveries could be explained away as outliers, the work of unusually talented groups, or misinterpreted natural formations. Only when patterns began to emerge across continents, across completely separate cultures, did the picture start to shift, and even then, many in the field hesitated to adjust the timeline they had spent a lifetime defending. One of the most powerful aspects of the official story is that it provides a sense of inevitability. Humans began as simple creatures and, given time, ingenuity, and circumstance, advanced to civilization. This progression frames history as a series of milestones: agriculture, writing, the wheel, cities, empires. It is a story of gradual triumph over nature and circumstance. It is comforting, because it implies that humanity's progress is steady, reliable, and ultimately predictable. But if evidence of ancient megacities predating recorded history is accurate, then this sense of inevitability collapses. The timeline is not gradual, it is fractured. Civilization is not a constant upward march, it is episodic, cyclical, and precarious. People built, achieved, and lost. The past is not a straight road but a landscape of peaks and valleys, each peak potentially as advanced as our present. The contradictions between the official timeline and emerging evidence are most visible when examining specific sites. Structures such as Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey challenge the notion that monumental architecture required agriculture. Here, massive stone pillars carved with intricate symbols were arranged in circular enclosures long before farming communities were supposed to exist. The scale of the construction suggests organized labor, planning, and a complex social hierarchy, elements thought impossible for hunter-gatherers. Similarly, hidden settlements revealed by LiDAR technology beneath dense jungles in South America demonstrate urban planning and sophisticated land use far earlier than conventional history allows. Roads, plazas, and geometric layouts suggest careful design and coordination on a scale that seems impossible within the accepted chronological framework. These discoveries not only challenge timelines but also force a reconsideration of what humanity is capable of in the absence of modern technology. The assumption that early humans were always primitive and limited becomes untenable when confronted with evidence of large-scale stone construction, long-distance trade networks, and agricultural ingenuity that predates what we had believed possible. The official story implies linear evolution of skills and knowledge, yet the archaeological record increasingly suggests parallel or even advanced development that is later lost, erased, or forgotten. Humanity's history, once viewed as a steady upward trajectory, is now revealed to be far more complex and mysterious. Furthermore, the official narrative fails to account for the sudden disappearance of these early civilizations. Cities that existed millennia before the historical record often vanish without a trace. Their knowledge, technologies, and social systems leave almost no written documentation, and the evidence that does survive is often buried beneath layers of sediment, hidden by changing climates, or submerged beneath rising seas. If we follow the logic of the accepted timeline, these civilizations should not have existed, and yet they did. Their existence, and disappearance, forces a re-evaluation not only of when civilization began but also of how fragile it can be. Ultimately, the accepted timeline is more than just an academic exercise. It shapes how we perceive ourselves as a species. It defines what we believe we are capable of, what counts as progress, and how we view the past. If that timeline is incomplete or incorrect, it compels us to rethink our place in history, the origins of human knowledge, and the lessons lost with civilizations that came before us. The discoveries emerging from hidden cities, sunken landscapes, and ancient ruins are not just anomalies, they are evidence that human history is far more intricate, astonishing, and enigmatic than we have ever been allowed to imagine. And so, as we confront these contradictions, the story of humanity begins to unravel. We are forced to acknowledge that the neat, comforting narrative we inherited may have been too simple, too rigid to encompass the true scope of human ingenuity. The hunter-gatherers, the small villages, the gradual rise to cities, these were not necessarily the building blocks of civilization, but perhaps only one chapter in a much longer, more complex story. One in which people built, thrived, and disappeared, leaving behind mysteries that challenge our assumptions, question our timelines, and ultimately demand a reconsideration of what it truly means to be human. The first time the anomalies began to accumulate, no one paid much attention. A strange mound here, an oddly aligned stone there, small irregularities that could easily be dismissed as natural formations or the work of ordinary humans experimenting with construction. For decades, these little hints were catalogued, measured, and filed away in dusty archives or obscure academic journals. Most archaeologists saw them as curiosities, nothing more than footnotes in the grand narrative of human history. But as the discoveries continued, patterns began to emerge, subtle at first, almost imperceptible. Lines started to connect, linking sites separated by hundreds, even thousands of miles. The anomalies that had once seemed random now whispered a tantalizing, unsettling truth: perhaps our understanding of the past was incomplete, even fundamentally flawed. One of the first indications that something extraordinary was unfolding came in remote regions that had been largely ignored because conventional wisdom suggested they were too inhospitable or isolated to support advanced societies. Archaeologists found evidence of organized structures built in precise geometric patterns, with foundations so large and heavy that they would have required coordinated labor far beyond what small, scattered communities were thought capable of. These were not simple huts or temporary shelters. They were the remnants of urban planning, with roads, plazas, and platforms that suggested deliberate design. The scale and sophistication of these constructions implied a level of social organization previously believed impossible for their time. Each discovery contradicted the notion that humans only learned to build after agriculture, gradually developing complexity over thousands of years. Instead, it appeared that complexity could emerge in ways that defied the conventional timeline. As more sites were investigated, the anomalies became increasingly difficult to ignore. In South America, for instance, LiDAR technology revealed vast networks of settlements buried beneath dense jungle canopies. What was once assumed to be untamed wilderness turned out to be a landscape reshaped by human hands. Roads, canals, and geometric enclosures appeared, forming entire urban grids that had been invisible to explorers walking the forest floor. The precision and planning involved indicated not just construction skills but also sophisticated knowledge of land management and civil engineering. These cities predated the arrival of Europeans by thousands of years and existed long before the official beginning of organized civilization in the Americas. The implications were staggering. Humans were capable of creating massive, coordinated societies long before the history books allowed. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, sites such as Göbekli Tepe continued to confound traditional chronology. This monumental complex, with its massive T-shaped pillars and intricate carvings, challenged the assumption that humans of the era were primarily concerned with survival. The labor required to carve, transport, and erect these stones suggested organized communities with social hierarchies, shared beliefs, and coordinated effort. And yet, no evidence of agriculture existed nearby to support such populations. How could these people sustain themselves? How could they plan and execute such complex projects without the social and economic structures typically associated with early cities? These questions hung over every excavation, unanswered, yet impossible to dismiss. Adding to the mystery were the sudden disappearances of these advanced settlements. Entire urban networks seemed to have vanished, leaving little more than foundations, stone carvings, and enigmatic artifacts. Unlike later civilizations, which leave behind abundant written records, monumental architecture, and clear lineage to present-day populations, these early megacities appear to have been wiped clean from collective memory. Natural disasters, climate shifts, or other cataclysmic events may have played a role, but no definitive explanation exists. The abruptness of their disappearance only intensified the sense of wonder and unease. Archaeologists were not merely uncovering structures, they were encountering the ghosts of civilizations erased by time, challenging the assumption that human progress is linear or inevitable. As the anomalies mounted, some scholars began to explore more radical possibilities. Could there have been a global knowledge network, a lost phase of human civilization that spread architectural, engineering, and astronomical knowledge across continents long before recorded history? Similar patterns in construction and symbolism began to appear in disparate regions, from South America to the Middle East to Southeast Asia, suggesting that what we considered isolated incidents might actually be remnants of a shared, sophisticated culture. The possibility was uncomfortable, even threatening, because it called into question everything the field had taken for granted. Yet the evidence, stubborn and persistent, refused to be ignored. Each anomaly reinforced the idea that humanity's story was far more complex than previously imagined. The skepticism of the academic community, while understandable, often slowed the acknowledgement of these findings. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and the burden of proof has always rested on those challenging conventional wisdom. But as technology advanced, through methods like LiDAR scanning, satellite imaging, and refined radiocarbon dating, previously hidden structures emerged with startling clarity. What had once seemed improbable became undeniable. Entire cities, buried beneath layers of earth, sand, and vegetation, were revealed as sophisticated networks of habitation and organization. The anomalies were no longer isolated curiosities, they formed a coherent, troubling pattern that refused to fit the official timeline. Even more perplexing was the recurrence of advanced construction techniques across geographically and culturally separate civilizations. Complex stonework, precise alignments with celestial bodies, and urban layouts featuring plazas, roads, and canals appeared in different regions without apparent contact. Could these societies have independently developed such sophistication? Or was there some lost connection, some forgotten exchange of knowledge that linked them in ways we cannot yet understand? These questions highlighted the tension between what we know and what we are beginning to suspect, that human history is not a simple, linear story but a tapestry woven with threads of lost civilizations, forgotten wisdom, and sudden cataclysms. The more the anomalies were studied, the more the official narrative began to fray. Dates that once seemed reliable were called into question as new carbon samples, stratigraphy analysis, and advanced dating techniques consistently pointed to far earlier human activity than previously recognized. Archaeologists were confronted with evidence that defied conventional models, forcing difficult reassessments of human capability. Societies once thought primitive now displayed sophisticated social organization, engineering prowess, and astronomical understanding. The anomalies were no longer anomalies, they were the proof of a hidden, forgotten complexity lurking beneath the surface of accepted history. And yet, despite the mounting evidence, many of these discoveries remained on the fringes of academic discourse for years. Partly, this was due to the sheer scale of the findings. Buried megacities are not easy to excavate or interpret. Partly, it was the weight of established belief systems, which were reluctant to admit that centuries of teaching and research might be fundamentally flawed. But as more anomalies were uncovered, patterns could no longer be ignored, and a slow shift began to take place. The anomalies, once dismissed as mere curiosities, were now demanding answers, compelling archaeologists to confront the uncomfortable possibility that our understanding of human history is only a fragment of the truth. By the time multiple continents had revealed similar patterns, a sobering realization emerged: these discoveries were not isolated accidents. They were evidence of a global phenomenon, one that suggested that humans were building, organizing, and thriving in ways that the official timeline simply could not accommodate. The implications were profound. It was no longer a matter of rewriting a chapter here or there. The entire narrative of human development, the story of civilization itself, was under scrutiny. Every anomaly, every mysterious structure, and every ancient site challenged the assumptions on which our understanding of the past had been built. In confronting these anomalies, we are forced to ask the questions we have long avoided: how advanced were these societies? How much knowledge has been lost? And what does it mean for the history we thought we knew so well? The anomalies that once seemed like small cracks in the official story have now become wide, unavoidable fractures, revealing a past more complex, more mysterious, and far older than anyone dared to imagine. Göbekli Tepe stands as one of the most astonishing, unsettling, and transformative archaeological discoveries of the last century. Located on a remote plateau in southeastern Turkey, this site is remarkable not merely for its scale but for what it implies about the origins of human civilization. Carved into the stone are enormous T-shaped pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in circular enclosures that stretch across the landscape. The carvings etched into these megaliths depict animals, abstract symbols, and scenes so intricate that they suggest a sophisticated understanding of art, symbolism, and storytelling. What makes Göbekli Tepe truly extraordinary is its age. Radiocarbon dating places its construction at least 12,000 years ago, far predating the advent of agriculture, writing, or permanent settlements. According to conventional history, humans at this time were simple hunter-gatherers, barely able to sustain themselves, living in small nomadic bands. And yet here were structures that could only have been built by a coordinated, highly organized society with knowledge, resources, and social complexity that defy what we thought possible. When the first excavations began, the sheer scale of the site stunned researchers. The enclosures are massive, with stone pillars set deliberately into circular patterns, some towering over 5 meters high. Each pillar is intricately carved, depicting animals such as lions, scorpions, foxes, and birds, as well as abstract motifs that remain mysterious to this day. The craftsmanship is meticulous, requiring not only skill but also knowledge of engineering principles, quarrying techniques, and logistics that challenge the timeline of human technological development. Moving and erecting these stones would have required hundreds, if not thousands, of people working in coordinated teams. Food, shelter, tools, and organization had to exist to sustain such an undertaking. This is not the work of casual labor or sporadic effort, it is a monumental testament to planning, foresight, and societal structure. Perhaps the most shocking aspect of Göbekli Tepe is the apparent absence of agriculture to support its builders. Conventional wisdom holds that monumental architecture arises from societies that have developed farming, allowing for surplus resources, population concentration, and the division of labor. Yet evidence suggests that the people of Göbekli Tepe were primarily hunter-gatherers. They would have relied on wild grains, game, and foraging to survive, yet they were capable of organizing and sustaining an immense labor force for complex construction projects. This challenges the very foundation of what we believe about the origins of civilization. Could it be that religion, ritual, or cultural purpose drove the construction rather than economic necessity? If so, this flips the conventional narrative on its head. Rather than farming leading to civilization, it is possible that complex social and religious structures inspired the development of agriculture to sustain such communities. The symbolism carved into the pillars also raises profound questions. The animals depicted are often predators, lions, snakes, and scorpions, suggesting a symbolic or mythological significance that we can only speculate about. Some researchers propose that the site functioned as a sanctuary or ceremonial center, a gathering place for disparate groups who came together for ritual purposes. The abstract symbols, some resembling early forms of proto-writing, hint at a complex cognitive world in which communication, ideology, and shared cultural memory were already highly developed. These are not random decorations, they are deliberate expressions of thought, belief, and identity, preserved in stone for future generations. The intellectual sophistication required for such symbolic expression suggests that these people were thinking in ways previously considered impossible for their chronological period. Göbekli Tepe also forces a reconsideration of the relationship between labor, society, and hierarchy. Organizing the construction of massive stone enclosures would have required leadership, planning, and perhaps even governance structures. Decisions about site layout, labor distribution, and ritual sequencing imply coordination at a scale previously unseen for this era. It is difficult to imagine small bands of hunter-gatherers spontaneously creating such a sophisticated network without some form of social hierarchy or collaborative culture. Yet the archaeological evidence suggests exactly that, a society capable of large-scale cooperation, long-term planning, and shared cultural purpose, characteristics we typically associate with civilizations that came thousands of years later. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe also challenges the notion that early humans were solely pragmatic, focused on survival above all else. These people invested immense effort into building something that was clearly symbolic, spiritual, or ceremonial, suggesting that abstract thought and cultural complexity were present far earlier than previously assumed. This challenges a long-held assumption that religion and ritual only emerge once societies have achieved a certain level of stability and material surplus. At Göbekli Tepe, it appears the ritual itself may have preceded agriculture and permanent settlements, implying that social cohesion and shared belief could have been the driving forces behind early urbanization. Archaeologists were further confounded when they realized that Göbekli Tepe had been deliberately buried around 8000 BCE. The reasons for this deliberate interment remain unknown, but the act itself suggests a complex understanding of permanence, preservation, or ritual closure. To bury such a massive, meticulously constructed site would have required significant labor, planning, and intention. It raises profound questions. Did the builders anticipate their own disappearance? Were they trying to preserve knowledge for future generations? Or was this an act of symbolic closure, marking the end of an era or a phase of cultural development? Whatever the motivation, the burial adds another layer of mystery, reinforcing the idea that the people of Göbekli Tepe operated with a level of foresight and cultural complexity far beyond what historians had attributed to this period. The implications of Göbekli Tepe ripple outward. If a society this advanced existed 12,000 years ago, then the linear narrative of human development, from simple hunter-gatherers to settled farmers to complex civilizations, requires serious re-evaluation. Perhaps our understanding of technological, social, and cultural progression is too simplistic. Perhaps knowledge, skill, and organization can emerge in ways that are episodic rather than linear, flourishing in bursts that are then lost to time. Göbekli Tepe may be a singular monument to such a burst of sophistication, evidence that human intelligence and ingenuity have deep roots, some of which have been erased by natural disasters, environmental shifts, or societal collapse. Moreover, Göbekli Tepe's existence compels us to look beyond Turkey. Other sites with comparable anomalies are emerging around the world, from sunken cities in Southeast Asia to hidden urban networks in the Amazon to megalithic structures in Africa. These disparate discoveries share a startling similarity. They suggest that complex social organization, monumental construction, and symbolic expression existed far earlier than previously thought, across multiple continents. While each site is unique in form and function, together they form a pattern that cannot be easily explained by coincidence. They hint at a forgotten chapter of human history, one in which civilizations may have risen, achieved extraordinary sophistication, and then disappeared, leaving behind only fragments to puzzle modern scholars. At its core, Göbekli Tepe is more than a collection of stones. It is a mirror reflecting the limits of our understanding, a challenge to deeply held assumptions about who we are and where we came from. It forces us to ask uncomfortable questions about the origins of culture, knowledge, and civilization itself. It challenges the notion that human history is a straightforward progression and suggests instead that our ancestors may have been capable of extraordinary achievements long before we thought it possible. The site is a haunting reminder that history is not a simple narrative but a complex tapestry, woven with threads that have been buried, forgotten, and rediscovered over millennia. And as we continue to unearth its secrets, one thing becomes clear: Göbekli Tepe is not merely an archaeological site. It is a testament to the ingenuity, ambition, and mystery of humanity itself, a glimpse into a past that refuses to be fully understood yet demands our attention and our awe. Göbekli Tepe did more than astonish archaeologists, it shattered the assumptions underpinning our understanding of human development. The more researchers studied the site, the more unsettling questions emerged, questions that could not be ignored, no matter how uncomfortable they were for the established academic narrative. One of the first and most pressing of these questions was how a society without agriculture could sustain the massive labor force necessary to construct such enormous structures. Conventional archaeology holds that large-scale building projects require surplus resources, which in turn depend on farming. Food must be produced, stored, and distributed efficiently to feed workers who are not engaged in subsistence activities. At Göbekli Tepe, however, there is scant evidence of farming, no storage facilities large enough to sustain the presumed workforce, and little indication of the permanent settlements that would typically accompany such monumental construction. How, then, did these people organize themselves and maintain the enormous effort required to move, carve, and erect multi-ton stones with incredible precision? The question alone challenges the very foundation of our understanding of what was possible in the Paleolithic era. Some archaeologists have proposed that the site was built by semi-nomadic groups who periodically gathered for ritual purposes, bringing labor and resources from wide-ranging territories. This idea, while plausible, raises further complications. Coordinating multiple bands across vast distances without formal communication systems, standardized weights and measures, or written records would have required a level of social cohesion and leadership previously unimagined. The organization implied by Göbekli Tepe suggests that these people shared not only practical knowledge but also ideological motivation strong enough to sustain cooperation over decades, if not centuries. It is difficult to overstate how revolutionary this notion is. Civilization, we have long been told, begins with agriculture, trade, and settlement, yet here was a society achieving monumental construction through shared belief and ritual alone. Then there is the artistic complexity of the site. The pillars are carved with intricate depictions of animals and abstract symbols, each image executed with meticulous care and purpose. Scholars have debated the meaning of these carvings for decades, yet no consensus exists. Are they mythological representations? Do they encode astronomical knowledge, seasonal cycles, or genealogical information? Or are they symbolic expressions intended to convey power, status, or religious devotion? Regardless of their precise function, the carvings demonstrate abstract thought, communication, and symbolic sophistication at a level unexpected for the era. They suggest a culture deeply engaged with meaning, memory, and perhaps even storytelling, capabilities that are typically associated with later, literate societies. The presence of such symbolic complexity at a time before writing forces us to reconsider the cognitive and cultural abilities of our ancestors. Another aspect that challenges conventional understanding is the deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe around 8000 BCE. The site was intentionally covered with soil, effectively hiding it for millennia. Why would a society invest immense labor in building a complex monument only to bury it intentionally? Some scholars suggest it was a ritual act, a form of closure or a way to preserve sacred knowledge. Others propose that the burial was practical, perhaps to protect the site from environmental degradation or conflict. Whatever the reason, the act of burial itself demonstrates foresight, planning, and a long-term perspective that contradicts the idea of early humans as solely reactive to immediate survival needs. It is an intentionality that speaks to sophisticated cultural priorities, showing that these people were capable of thinking about legacy, memory, and continuity in ways we had not assumed for the period. Göbekli Tepe also forces reconsideration of the concept of primitive technology. The stones were quarried, transported, and erected with a precision that implies sophisticated techniques. The tools required to carve the pillars, lift them into place, and ensure their stability would have required advanced understanding of physics, leverage, and material properties. The absence of written records or surviving technology does not negate the evidence of capability. On the contrary, it underscores the ingenuity of a people who achieved monumental feats with limited resources. Scholars are left to speculate about methods, but the results are undeniable. These structures stand, millennia later, as proof of human ingenuity far earlier than previously imagined. Perhaps most striking is the question of why such advanced construction appeared seemingly out of nowhere. In the traditional narrative, monumental architecture follows the development of agriculture, population growth, and social hierarchy. Göbekli Tepe predates these conditions, suggesting that architecture and social complexity may have emerged independently of farming and permanent settlement. In other words, religion, ritual, or shared cultural ideology may have been the driving force, not economic or practical necessity. This reverses centuries of assumptions, implying that spiritual or social cohesion could catalyze the development of complex societal behaviors. It is a radical idea, that humans may have first come together around belief systems, not food production, and that civilization could have been born in the mind and spirit before it was born in agriculture. The implications extend beyond Göbekli Tepe itself. If such sophistication existed 12,000 years ago in one location, it raises the possibility that other, as yet undiscovered sites may reveal similarly advanced societies elsewhere. Indeed, evidence is beginning to surface in distant regions, from the sunken cities of Southeast Asia to hidden Amazonian settlements, suggesting that monumental construction and complex social organization were not isolated phenomena. Patterns of urban planning, symbolic representation, and coordinated labor appear across continents, hinting at a broader, global story of advanced human activity long before the rise of historical civilizations. Each discovery amplifies the mystery, forcing scholars to consider the possibility that much of early human history has been lost, buried beneath sediment, vegetation, or rising seas. Moreover, the sheer scale of planning implied by Göbekli Tepe raises questions about leadership and social organization. How were decisions made? How was labor divided and managed? What motivated people to participate in projects requiring sustained effort over years or decades? The answers remain speculative, but the evidence suggests a society capable of cooperation on a scale far exceeding what we thought possible for hunter-gatherer groups. There may have been social hierarchies, ritual specialists, or a governing structure, yet none of the trappings we typically associate with early civilizations, writing, permanent settlements, taxation, are clearly present. It is a society organized around ideas, ritual, and shared purpose, demonstrating that human ingenuity is not solely contingent on technology or material surplus. Finally, Göbekli Tepe challenges the broader framework of historical linearity. For decades, textbooks presented human development as a predictable progression. Primitive hunter-gatherers gradually invented agriculture, then settlements, then cities, then writing, and finally civilizations as we understand them. Göbekli Tepe disrupts this narrative, suggesting that complexity, sophistication, and monumental architecture can emerge in ways that are episodic rather than linear. Knowledge may have been acquired, expressed, and lost in cycles, rather than building steadily over time. The existence of such an advanced site long before the birth of civilization forces us to confront the uncomfortable possibility that our ancestors were far more capable than we have been willing to acknowledge, and that much of human history, perhaps the majority of it, remains hidden, erased, or forgotten. The questions raised by Göbekli Tepe are profound and unsettling. How did these people achieve such sophistication without agriculture, written language, or permanent cities? What drove them to invest so much labor into monumental construction, and why was it deliberately buried? How many other civilizations existed long before the ones recorded in history, only to vanish without a trace? Each question undermines the certainty of the historical timeline, opening the door to possibilities that were once considered impossible. And as we confront these questions, one truth becomes unavoidable: the story of human history is far more complex, far more mysterious, and far more awe-inspiring than we have ever allowed ourselves to imagine. Deep within the vast and impenetrable stretches of the Amazon rainforest, a revelation was quietly taking shape, one that would challenge the very idea of what constitutes a pristine wilderness. For centuries, explorers, scientists, and colonial observers assumed that the Amazon was a natural, untouched landscape, a verdant expanse of trees and rivers unaltered by human hands. The sheer density of the jungle, combined with its impenetrable terrain, reinforced the belief that large-scale human habitation was impossible. Small tribes might survive, moving lightly across the land, but entire cities, let alone networks of urban centers, seemed inconceivable. Yet modern technology began to peel back the green veil, revealing a hidden world that had remained invisible for millennia. The breakthrough came with the advent of LiDAR scanning, light detection and ranging, a technology that can penetrate dense forest canopies using laser pulses to create detailed topographical maps of the ground below. Suddenly, what was once assumed to be random variations in terrain revealed itself as intentional patterns: geometric enclosures, straight roads, interconnected plazas, and raised fields. Entire settlements, some sprawling across tens of square kilometers, emerged from beneath the jungle floor, previously masked by centuries of vegetation. The scale and complexity of these settlements were staggering, suggesting not scattered villages but organized urban centers capable of supporting large populations. For researchers, the initial response was disbelief: the data simply did not conform to the accepted timeline of Amazonian history. These newly revealed cities also demonstrated remarkable planning and engineering. Canals were dug to manage seasonal flooding, raised roads allowed travel during the wettest months, and the layout of plazas and communal spaces indicated a sophisticated understanding of urban design. The evidence points to societies that were capable not only of building but of coordinating labor across vast areas, managing resources efficiently, and sustaining large communities over generations. Unlike the conventional narrative, which portrays the Amazon as a largely untamed wilderness until the arrival of Europeans, these discoveries suggest a landscape actively shaped by human hands, a cultural ecosystem meticulously maintained and modified over centuries. The implications are profound. Humans were capable of creating complex, highly organized societies in environments previously thought hostile to large-scale habitation. One of the most compelling aspects of these findings is how they challenge assumptions about human population and density in pre-Columbian South America. Anthropologists once believed that the Amazon could support only small, dispersed communities due to limited agricultural potential. But the discovery of vast, interconnected settlements implies not only higher population densities but also sophisticated agricultural practices. Raised fields, terraces, and intricate irrigation systems suggest that these societies were not passive observers of the environment but active managers, capable of engineering solutions to ecological challenges. They cultivated crops, managed water, and coordinated construction, demonstrating a level of complexity that rivals contemporary civilizations elsewhere in the world. The social implications of these urban networks are equally astonishing. The presence of central plazas, ceremonial spaces, and structured roadways indicates organized social hierarchies and communal governance. Leadership structures likely existed to plan, supervise, and maintain these large-scale projects, even in the absence of written records. Religious or ceremonial practices may have served as unifying forces, binding disparate communities together in shared purpose. The Amazon, long imagined as an obstacle to civilization, now appears to have been home to a network of thriving, interconnected societies with culture, knowledge, and social cohesion that defy prior assumptions. Perhaps most shocking is the antiquity of these settlements. Some evidence suggests that certain complexes may date back thousands of years, far earlier than the traditional timeline for advanced Amazonian habitation. Carbon dating and stratigraphic analysis indicate that these societies were flourishing long before Europeans arrived, possibly contemporaneous with some of the earliest known Old World civilizations. This revelation forces a reconsideration of the notion that urban development and social complexity are exclusively the products of Old World innovation. If sophisticated, densely populated urban networks could emerge in the Amazon independently, it raises questions about the universality of human ingenuity and the factors that drive civilization. The implications extend beyond mere architecture or urban planning. The discovery of these cities hints at a rich cultural landscape that has been all but erased by time, disease, and environmental change. When Europeans arrived in the Americas, epidemics, warfare, and displacement decimated local populations, leaving few traces of these once thriving civilizations. The dense jungle reclaimed the land, concealing evidence for centuries. The LiDAR technology has only now begun to reveal the scale of what was lost. The Amazon, we realize, was not untouched. It was meticulously cultivated, transformed, and inhabited by societies of incredible sophistication. These discoveries also challenge conventional theories about the trajectory of human development in the Americas. Scholars long assumed that complex urbanization arose gradually, following the development of agriculture and trade in a linear progression. But the scale and planning of Amazonian cities suggest that social complexity can emerge rapidly and in parallel with environmental management strategies that defy traditional timelines. These societies achieved architectural, organizational, and agricultural feats that, in some cases, rivaled or exceeded contemporaneous civilizations in other parts of the world. It is a reminder that human innovation is not confined to familiar geographies, and that environments previously considered marginal or inhospitable may, in fact, have nurtured extraordinary cultural achievements. Moreover, these urban networks illuminate a critical truth about the fragility of human knowledge. Despite their sophistication, these societies disappeared, their accomplishments obscured by vegetation and forgotten over time. Disease, environmental change, or societal collapse erased their presence from living memory, leaving only buried traces for modern technology to uncover. This pattern of emergence and disappearance echoes other sites around the world, from Göbekli Tepe to sunken cities in Southeast Asia, suggesting a recurring theme in human history. Brilliance can flourish and vanish, leaving tantalizing evidence that challenges the assumptions of future generations. The revelation of these Amazonian megacities also forces a confrontation with our understanding of wilderness. For decades, scholars, environmentalists, and the general public imagined the Amazon as a primordial forest untouched by human activity. But the evidence now suggests the opposite. The forest is a product, in part, of centuries of human intervention. Its vast biodiversity, intricate waterways, and fertile soils may have been actively cultivated and managed by these long-lost civilizations. This realization has profound implications for archaeology, ecology, and the way we perceive the relationship between humans and their environment. Far from being passive inhabitants of the landscape, humans were shaping it in sophisticated ways, demonstrating foresight, knowledge, and social organization that defy traditional assumptions. As researchers continue to explore the Amazon, LiDAR surveys are uncovering more evidence of sprawling settlements, connecting roads, and ceremonial complexes. Each discovery reinforces the notion that the rainforest, far from being an empty backdrop to human history, was a stage for advanced civilization long before the modern era. These revelations compel a re-evaluation not only of the timeline of human development in South America but also of the global story of civilization itself. They suggest that human ingenuity is more ancient, widespread, and adaptive than we have been willing to acknowledge, and that much of our collective past has been buried, hidden, or lost to time. The Amazonian megacities stand as a testament to human resilience, ingenuity, and adaptability. They reveal societies capable of large-scale planning, technological innovation, and social organization in environments once thought impossible to inhabit at such scales. These cities challenge the notion of a linear progression of civilization and underscore the fragility of human achievement, showing how even advanced societies can vanish, leaving behind only traces for future generations to uncover. They remind us that history is not a fixed narrative but a vast, layered tapestry, and that the secrets of our past may still lie hidden, waiting to challenge everything we think we know about humanity. In the vast stretch of the Indo-Pacific, beneath the waters of Southeast Asia, lie remnants of a civilization that most people have forgotten, if they ever knew of it in the first place. Submerged beneath the surface of the ocean, off the coast of Indonesia, are the ruins of what appears to be an ancient city, known now as the Yonaguni Monument. Though its origins have long been the subject of debate, the structure itself is undeniable. Massive stone formations rise from the ocean floor, their flat surfaces and sharp angles suggesting human intervention rather than natural geological processes. For years, mainstream archaeology has grappled with this discovery, arguing whether it is the result of natural erosion or the remnants of a lost, ancient civilization. But the more researchers investigate, the more it seems that the Yonaguni Monument is not just a fluke of nature, but a deliberate structure, one that holds secrets to a long-lost culture that could rewrite the history of human civilization itself. Discovered in 1985 by a local diver, the Yonaguni Monument immediately captivated the scientific community. The massive, stepped terraces, resembling the ruins of an ancient pyramid or temple complex, seemed too precise to have been created by natural forces. The structure appears to be composed of flat, polygonal blocks arranged in patterns that resemble those of ancient megalithic sites found throughout the world, including places like Egypt, Mexico, and Peru. Some sections of the monument even appear to have been deliberately cut into sharp edges, as if they had been quarried and shaped for construction purposes. The unusual formation quickly sparked questions about its origins. Was this a natural rock formation, a result of geological processes such as tectonic activity, or was it the product of human engineering, submerged by the rising sea levels of a post-glacial world? While many scientists still argue that the structure is a natural formation, some experts have begun to challenge that conclusion. They point out that the precision of the stonework, its angular cuts and symmetrical shapes, does not match what would be expected from natural erosion. In fact, the site bears a striking resemblance to other ancient megalithic structures around the world, structures that are understood to have been intentionally built by sophisticated societies. In particular, the stepped terraces at Yonaguni bear a curious resemblance to the massive stone platforms found at sites like Teotihuacan in Mexico, as well as the grand, tiered temples of ancient Egypt. Some researchers even argue that the monument could represent a form of lost architecture, built by a civilization long before recorded history. The idea that a complex civilization might have existed in Southeast Asia long before the rise of known ancient cultures is both thrilling and unsettling. For centuries, history has taught us that advanced civilizations, those capable of building monumental structures, emerged first in the ancient Near East, Egypt, and later in places like the Indus Valley and Mesoamerica. The concept of a lost civilization existing in the waters off the coast of Japan, far outside the boundaries of established historical narratives, is challenging to say the least. And yet, as more evidence surfaces from the Yonaguni site, it becomes harder to dismiss the possibility that a sophisticated culture existed in the region thousands of years ago, one capable of creating monumental architecture and possibly influencing other ancient cultures. The debate over the Yonaguni monument's origins is further complicated by the growing body of evidence that suggests the region was home to several ancient civilizations. Nearby, the islands of Japan have yielded archaeological finds that indicate the presence of human activity as far back as 30,000 years ago. Recent discoveries on the island of Okinawa, not far from Yonaguni, suggest that these early human settlements were capable of creating highly advanced tools, engaging in trade, and organizing complex social structures long before agriculture had taken hold. Could it be that the civilization responsible for the Yonaguni monument was part of this early human wave, a culture that flourished and was eventually swallowed by the sea? The idea of a submerged city or civilization is not unique to the Yonaguni Monument. Around the world, there are reports of sunken cities and lost civilizations lying beneath the waves, waiting to be rediscovered. One of the most famous examples is the city of Atlantis, which was described by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato as a highly advanced civilization that sank into the ocean after a cataclysmic event. Though many scholars have dismissed the story of Atlantis as myth, recent discoveries of submerged ruins off the coast of the Caribbean and Mediterranean have reignited speculation about the possibility of ancient cities lost to the sea. Whether or not Atlantis itself ever existed, the concept of a lost civilization submerged beneath the waves resonates with the growing body of evidence that suggests human history is far more complex than we have been led to believe. At Yonaguni, the idea of a lost civilization is bolstered by the sheer scale and complexity of the monument itself. The structure is large, some sections stretch over 60 meters, 200 feet, in length, and contains numerous terraces and platforms, some of which are connected by narrow passageways. The precision with which the stone blocks are cut, their regularity and alignment, suggests a level of engineering knowledge that is hard to explain within the traditional historical framework. If this monument was indeed built by humans, it would imply that they had access to advanced construction techniques and tools that were previously thought to be developed much later in history. Could these people have had knowledge of geometry, architecture, and engineering that was lost after the civilization's collapse? What is particularly interesting about the Yonaguni Monument is that its location, off the coast of Japan, raises the possibility of an ancient maritime culture that spanned vast distances. The idea of seafaring cultures predating recorded history is not new. Ancient seafaring peoples have been theorized to have traveled long distances across the Pacific and Indian Oceans, possibly reaching the Americas or the islands of Southeast Asia. Evidence of ancient navigation and seafaring is found in myths, oral traditions, and archaeological records across the Pacific Rim, but it is rarely integrated into mainstream historical narratives. The Yonaguni Monument could, if its origins are confirmed as human, represent a remnant of such a culture, one that developed the skills to navigate the seas and build massive structures on both land and water. It suggests a level of technological and cultural exchange that we have only begun to understand. In addition to the architectural evidence, the discovery of strange artifacts in the surrounding waters further supports the idea that Yonaguni could be the remnants of a lost civilization. Some divers have reported finding stone tools, pottery shards, and even stone carvings near the site, though these discoveries are still under investigation. These artifacts, if proven to be of human origin, would provide further proof that the Yonaguni Monument is not simply a natural formation but the remains of a once thriving civilization, capable of creating tools and artistic works that would have been highly advanced for their time. The more the site is studied, the clearer it becomes that the Yonaguni Monument may hold the key to understanding a piece of human history that has been lost to the ages. As researchers continue to explore the underwater ruins, new technologies and methodologies will likely shed more light on its origins. The current state of the site, submerged beneath the ocean and subject to the ravages of time and the elements, means that much of the monument's true form and function may never be fully understood. Yet, what has been uncovered so far is enough to suggest that the Yonaguni Monument is a significant piece of the puzzle, a piece that may ultimately change how we view the development of early human civilizations. If it is indeed the product of human ingenuity, then it forces us to rethink the idea that civilization, as we know it, began in the familiar centers of the ancient world. It also asks us to consider the possibility that we are only scratching the surface of a much deeper, more complex history, one that lies hidden beneath the waves, waiting to be rediscovered. In the heart of the Mediterranean, beneath the clear blue waters, lies the sunken city of Pavlopetri, an underwater site that challenges everything we think we know about the ancient world. Pavlopetri is one of the oldest submerged cities ever discovered, dating back over 5,000 years to the early Bronze Age. Situated off the coast of the southern Peloponnese in Greece, it was first identified in 1967 by a team of underwater archaeologists, but its significance didn't truly begin to surface until much later. For decades, this extraordinary find went largely under the radar of mainstream archaeology, overshadowed by other more famous ancient sites. Yet, as our technology has improved and our understanding of the past deepens, Pavlopetri has emerged as a crucial piece of the puzzle, offering a glimpse into the lost civilizations that once thrived in the Mediterranean but have now been hidden beneath the waves for millennia. Unlike other submerged cities, Pavlopetri is not simply a collection of ruins half buried in sediment. It is remarkably well preserved, with streets, buildings, courtyards, and even tombs laid out in a clear, organized manner. What makes Pavlopetri so unique is the way it allows us to see an entire city in its full spatial context, offering a snapshot of life in the ancient world in a way that is rarely possible at such an early stage of civilization. The city's layout follows a pattern that is surprisingly modern, with streets that are wide and intersecting at right angles, similar to modern urban planning. The buildings appear to have been designed with careful attention to function and form, with communal areas, residential spaces, and administrative structures arranged in an orderly fashion. The organization and sophistication of the site suggest that its inhabitants had a deep understanding of city planning and social organization, revealing an advanced level of urbanization much earlier than previously believed. One of the most remarkable features of Pavlopetri is the fact that it has remained largely intact since it was submerged over 3,000 years ago. Archaeologists have uncovered remnants of its buildings, paved streets, and public squares, all preserved under the sea. This exceptional state of preservation allows researchers to study the city's construction techniques, material culture, and urban layout in a way that would be impossible in a land-based excavation. The city was likely built using local stone, and many of the structures still retain their original shapes and features. In some areas, entire walls and doorways can be seen, their smooth surfaces and intricate details clearly visible beneath the water's surface. There are also signs of advanced engineering techniques, such as water management systems, drainage channels, and wells, indicating that the people of Pavlopetri had a high level of technological and organizational sophistication. The discovery of Pavlopetri raises important questions about the role of the Mediterranean in early civilization. For centuries, historians have focused primarily on ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Indus Valley as the cradles of human civilization. These regions are often credited with the first urban centers, monumental architecture, and complex societies. However, the existence of a highly organized city in the Mediterranean as early as 2500 BCE suggests that the region may have been a vital hub for trade, cultural exchange, and innovation long before the rise of these more well-known civilizations. The evidence of advanced urban planning, engineering, and social organization at Pavlopetri implies that the ancient Mediterranean world was far more interconnected and sophisticated than we previously thought, with networks of cities, settlements, and trading routes that spanned vast distances across the sea. As researchers continue to study Pavlopetri, they are uncovering more evidence of the city's once thriving economy. Pottery shards, tools, and other artifacts have been recovered from the site, offering clues about the daily lives of its inhabitants. These artifacts suggest that the people of Pavlopetri were skilled artisans and traders, capable of producing high-quality goods for both local consumption and export. Pottery found at the site shows clear connections to other Mediterranean cultures, suggesting that Pavlopetri was part of a broader trade network that spanned from the Aegean Sea to the Near East. The presence of goods from far-flung regions indicates that the city was not just a local hub but a center of commerce and cultural exchange, with trade routes extending across the Mediterranean and beyond. The city of Pavlopetri also provides insight into the religious and ritual practices of its inhabitants. Archaeologists have uncovered a number of burial sites, including tombs and graves that contain offerings and artifacts. These sites suggest that the people of Pavlopetri had complex beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife, with evidence of ritual practices and ceremonies associated with burial. The layout of the city, with its public spaces and private residences, also points to the importance of community and social interaction. The fact that the city was built in a way that allowed for easy movement between different areas, residential, commercial, and public, indicates a high level of social organization, with an emphasis on communal life and shared experiences. The destruction of Pavlopetri remains shrouded in mystery. It is widely believed that the city was abandoned and submerged after a catastrophic event, such as an earthquake or a massive tidal wave. Evidence of seismic activity in the region suggests that the area was prone to earthquakes, which could have caused the city to collapse or sink into the sea. This sudden submersion may have been part of a larger pattern of destruction that affected other ancient Mediterranean civilizations. Similar events have been reported in other regions, where entire cities and settlements were destroyed or abandoned due to natural disasters, leaving behind only traces of their former glory. The loss of Pavlopetri, along with other cities from the same period, raises important questions about the fragility of early civilizations and the forces that shaped their rise and fall. Despite its submersion, Pavlopetri remains an important cultural and historical site, providing a window into the distant past. The underwater city serves as a reminder that the Mediterranean world was home to advanced and highly organized civilizations long before the classical period. The city's unique preservation allows researchers to study it in ways that would be impossible with other, land-based sites, offering valuable insights into the lives of the people who lived there. The discovery of Pavlopetri forces us to reconsider the origins of urbanization and the development of early civilizations. While we have long been taught that the great cities of the ancient world arose in the Near East, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, Pavlopetri suggests that the Mediterranean may have been an equally important center of civilization, with a rich and complex history that has only begun to be uncovered. The rediscovery of Pavlopetri is a testament to the resilience of human history and the importance of underwater archaeology. As the sea continues to reveal its secrets, it offers a new frontier for exploration and discovery. The city of Pavlopetri, like many other submerged sites around the world, is a reminder that the past is not always where we expect to find it. Sometimes, the most important discoveries are hidden beneath the very waters that we take for granted. What lies beneath the surface of the sea may change the way we view the ancient world forever, offering new insights into the civilizations that once thrived and vanished without a trace, leaving only their echoes beneath the waves. The more we explore, the more we realize that human history is not a linear progression but a complex, interwoven story, full of lost civilizations, forgotten cities, and untold mysteries that are only now coming to light. And as we dive deeper into the unknown, we may find that the submerged cities of the Mediterranean hold more than just artifacts, they may hold the key to rewriting history itself. As the world of archaeology continues to evolve, one of the most intriguing questions is how civilizations advanced across vast distances and how cultural knowledge was passed down or even lost entirely. One such puzzle centers around the city of the lost civilization of Nan Madol, an ancient city located on the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia. It is a place that seems to have been untouched by time, yet its very existence raises questions that mainstream archaeology has been reluctant to answer. To this day, the origins, purpose, and method of construction of Nan Madol remain one of the most fascinating mysteries of the ancient world. Nan Madol consists of a series of stone platforms and artificial islands that are built on a lagoon, surrounded by a series of canals. The complex layout is unlike anything else in the Pacific region. The most striking feature of Nan Madol is its sheer scale and the fact that the city appears to have been constructed without the use of mortar, using precisely fitted stones, many of them weighing several tons, stacked one on top of the other with remarkable precision. The platform-like structures are formed by massive basalt columns and stone blocks, many of which seem to have been transported from quarries miles away. The sheer effort required to transport, carve, and arrange these stones is mind-boggling, especially considering that the island of Pohnpei, where Nan Madol is located, was not known for its large-scale resources or easily navigable terrain. The question that immediately arises is, how did a society, without the wheel or modern engineering tools, manage to build such a complex, monumental city? The logistics behind such a feat are staggering. Ancient cultures across the world, from the Egyptians to the Mayans, are known to have employed advanced methods of construction, but Nan Madol presents its own unique challenges. It's not just that the people who constructed the city had to cut and fit massive stones, they had to do so on a relatively small island, which made transporting materials a Herculean task. And, as if the construction of these vast stone islands wasn't enough, the entire city was built on a series of artificial islands in a lagoon, further complicating the task. Some researchers speculate that these islands were constructed for religious or ceremonial purposes, serving as the home of local elites, or as temples dedicated to the gods. Others believe the islands served as an early form of city planning that allowed for easy access to the sea, and possibly even control over trade routes. Whatever its original purpose, Nan Madol was a city designed for a specific set of social, political, and cultural functions, and the complexity of the task highlights the social organization and technological knowledge of the people who built it. Adding to the intrigue of Nan Madol is its mysterious disappearance. By the time the first European explorers arrived in the Pacific, the once thriving metropolis was largely abandoned. Today, the site is in a state of near ruin, its canals clogged with silt and its stone walls overgrown with vegetation. No written records exist to tell us why Nan Madol was abandoned, or what happened to the civilization that built it. Archaeologists and anthropologists have speculated that natural disasters, such as massive storms or tsunamis, may have played a role in the downfall of the city, but the true cause remains elusive. Could it have been a rapid collapse, driven by factors like resource depletion, political turmoil, or social upheaval? Or could it have been the result of gradual environmental changes, such as rising sea levels or over-farming, that eventually forced the inhabitants to abandon their once great city? The reasons for its abandonment are still up for debate, but what is clear is that Nan Madol was once a city of immense power and influence, one that has since vanished from the pages of history, leaving only ruins and whispers of its once mighty past. Some scholars suggest that the enigmatic nature of Nan Madol might point to an even deeper mystery, that this lost city could be a remnant of an ancient civilization that predated the Polynesians. Could it be that the people who built Nan Madol were part of an earlier culture, a civilization that flourished in the Pacific long before the more widely known Polynesian navigators took to the sea? There is evidence that suggests that Polynesian voyaging and settlement in the Pacific Ocean began long before the traditional estimates. In fact, the idea that a sophisticated civilization might have existed in the Pacific hundreds or even thousands of years before the Polynesians began their journeys is beginning to gain some traction in archaeological circles. If true, this would significantly rewrite the history of Pacific exploration and migration, suggesting that ancient seafaring cultures may have had the means and knowledge to travel vast distances, crossing the expanse of the Pacific and establishing far-reaching civilizations. Cultures whose legacy has since been erased by time, sea, and natural disaster. This theory of an ancient, pre-Polynesian civilization is intriguing because it would challenge our understanding of the timing and movement of early human societies. It also raises questions about the knowledge, technologies, and societal organization that would have been required to construct such an impressive city like Nan Madol. For centuries, it was believed that the Pacific Islands were settled by the Polynesians, who, through their remarkable navigation skills, made long voyages and settled the islands. The idea that earlier civilizations might have existed, with their own advanced technologies and knowledge, suggests that the history of human exploration and migration could be far more complicated than we have been led to believe. Were these earlier people part of a larger network of cultures, spread across the islands of the Pacific, whose monuments and cities, like Nan Madol, were eventually swallowed by the sea or lost to time? Additionally, the construction of Nan Madol bears striking similarities to other ancient megalithic sites around the world, such as the great stone cities of South America and the megalithic structures in Egypt and the Near East. Could it be that there was a shared knowledge base, or even a transoceanic cultural exchange, between distant cultures, linked by their use of massive stone structures and sophisticated city planning? In places like South America, large, perfectly shaped stone blocks were transported and arranged to form the foundations of great cities, much like Nan Madol. In Egypt, vast stone structures such as the pyramids were built with equally impressive techniques. There are those who believe that these civilizations, though separated by thousands of miles and hundreds of years, may have shared a common tradition, a global cultural network, that has long since been lost to history. Whether Nan Madol was the result of a long-lost, pre-Polynesian civilization or the remains of a more recent, but nonetheless impressive, society is a mystery that may never be solved. But the importance of the site lies not only in its specific history, but in what it represents, a powerful reminder that human history is much more complex than we often give it credit for. Nan Madol speaks to the ingenuity of early human societies, their ability to adapt to their environment, and their desire to create something lasting and monumental. It is a place where the past, present, and future collide, a testament to the creativity and resilience of ancient peoples who, against all odds, built a city that survived for centuries before eventually succumbing to the forces of nature. Today, Nan Madol remains an enigmatic and mysterious ruin, still hidden beneath the dense jungle and the shifting tides of the ocean. As underwater archaeology progresses, and new techniques and technologies are developed, there may be more discoveries waiting to be made at this ancient site. Perhaps, in time, we will uncover more about the society that built Nan Madol, the people who lived there, and the reasons behind its abandonment. Until then, it stands as a testament to the mysteries of the Pacific, and to the forgotten civilizations that once called it home. The legacy of Nan Madol, like so many other ancient ruins around the world, will continue to challenge historians and archaeologists alike, pushing the boundaries of what we think we know about the ancient world and reminding us that there is still much left to uncover. In the shadow of the towering Andes Mountains lies one of the most perplexing and awe-inspiring archaeological sites in the world, the ancient city of Tiwanaku. Often overshadowed by the more famous Inca civilization, Tiwanaku represents a lost and highly advanced culture that flourished in the highlands of modern-day Bolivia, near the shores of Lake Titicaca. For centuries, the significance of Tiwanaku was underestimated, with scholars often dismissing it as a minor pre-Inca settlement. However, recent discoveries and studies have shed new light on its true importance, revealing it to be a sophisticated and highly influential civilization that not only shaped the Andes region but may have also had far-reaching impacts on the development of ancient cultures across the Americas. At first glance, Tiwanaku seems like an enigma, a sprawling complex of megalithic stone structures that appear to defy understanding. The site, which dates back to around 1500 BCE, is characterized by massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, which were cut, transported, and meticulously assembled with such precision that modern technology would struggle to replicate their construction. What makes Tiwanaku so fascinating is not just the sheer scale of the stonework, but the mystery surrounding how such a remote and isolated civilization was able to achieve these feats. How did the people of Tiwanaku quarry, transport, and carve these massive stones without the wheel, without metal tools, and without the complex engineering knowledge that we associate with later civilizations like the Egyptians or the Mayans? The construction techniques of Tiwanaku remain one of the greatest mysteries in archaeology. The site is famous for its intricate and precisely fitted stones, many of which are so perfectly aligned that even a piece of paper cannot be inserted between them. The precision with which these stones were cut and placed suggests that the Tiwanaku people possessed an advanced understanding of geometry, architecture, and engineering, far beyond what we traditionally associate with early Andean cultures. Yet, there is no evidence that they had the wheel or any form of advanced machinery. How, then, were they able to move these enormous stones, some of which would have been incredibly difficult to transport even with modern machinery? The mystery of the Tiwanaku stones is compounded by the fact that the site lacks the kind of infrastructure that would normally accompany such monumental construction projects. There are no quarries nearby, and no records or written language to explain the methods used. As a result, the question of how the Tiwanaku people managed to construct their massive stone city remains unanswered, leaving only the awe-inspiring ruins as a testament to their capabilities. One of the most famous features of Tiwanaku is the Pumapunku complex, a site that is both a symbol of the culture's achievements and a source of deep mystery. Pumapunku consists of an array of precisely cut stone blocks, some of which are so finely crafted that their edges fit together with such precision that it seems as though the stones were carved with modern tools, not primitive chisels. The sheer scale and complexity of the structures at Pumapunku challenge our understanding of ancient engineering and craftsmanship. Some of the blocks are so massive that it is difficult to fathom how they could have been moved, let alone lifted and placed into position. Many researchers believe that the construction of Pumapunku required a level of technological and organizational sophistication that was far ahead of its time. The complexity of the stonework, combined with the size and scale of the site, suggests that the Tiwanaku civilization was capable of advanced architectural planning, with knowledge of structural integrity, material properties, and engineering techniques that were not thought to have been available to ancient societies. Yet, despite the remarkable achievements of the Tiwanaku people, the civilization ultimately collapsed. Around the 11th century CE, Tiwanaku began to decline, and by the time the Spanish arrived in South America in the 16th century, the city had long been abandoned. The cause of this collapse is not fully understood, though several factors may have played a role. Climate change, including severe droughts that affected the region, could have led to agricultural collapse, making it impossible to sustain the city's population. Additionally, political or social upheaval may have contributed to the fall of Tiwanaku, as the city was heavily reliant on complex systems of irrigation and agriculture to support its inhabitants. The collapse of Tiwanaku remains a subject of intense debate among scholars, but the fact remains that one of the most advanced civilizations in pre-Columbian America disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only its enigmatic ruins. In addition to its impressive architecture, Tiwanaku is also famous for its ritual and spiritual significance. The site appears to have been a center of religious activity, with monumental structures dedicated to ceremonial purposes. The Pumapunku complex, for example, is believed to have been a place of worship, where the Tiwanaku people conducted elaborate rituals and offerings to their gods. One of the most striking features of Tiwanaku is the Gate of the Sun, a massive stone portal that is carved with intricate motifs and depictions of deities. The Gate of the Sun is thought to represent the sun god, a central figure in Tiwanaku's religious beliefs. The precise alignment of the gate with the movements of the sun suggests that the Tiwanaku people possessed a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, and used the alignment of celestial bodies to mark important dates in their religious calendar. This connection between religion, astronomy, and architecture is a hallmark of many ancient civilizations, but the sophistication of Tiwanaku's astronomical knowledge is particularly impressive given the civilization's relatively early date. The cultural and religious significance of Tiwanaku goes beyond its physical structures. The site is believed to have been a place of pilgrimage, attracting people from far and wide to witness its religious ceremonies and take part in its rituals. The Tiwanaku people developed a system of iconography and symbolism that reflected their spiritual beliefs, with gods and goddesses depicted in elaborate carvings and sculptures. These symbols were used not only in religious contexts but also in everyday life, as they were woven into the fabric of Tiwanaku society. The presence of sacred symbols in Tiwanaku's architecture, ceramics, and textiles suggests that religion permeated all aspects of daily life, and that the city was not just a political and economic center, but a spiritual one as well. Despite the decline of the Tiwanaku civilization, its legacy lived on in the cultures that followed. The influence of Tiwanaku can be seen in the development of the Inca Empire, which rose to power in the Andean highlands several centuries later. The Inca were heavily influenced by Tiwanaku's agricultural practices, religious beliefs, and architectural styles, and many of the Inca's most famous structures, such as Machu Picchu, bear striking similarities to the monumental stonework of Tiwanaku. It is possible that the Inca inherited much of their knowledge and technology from the Tiwanaku civilization, adapting and expanding upon it to create their own empire. The connections between these two great Andean cultures are still being explored, and it is likely that more discoveries will be made in the future that shed light on how Tiwanaku's influence helped shape the rise of the Inca. The question of how Tiwanaku was able to achieve such extraordinary feats of engineering and social organization remains one of the greatest mysteries of pre-Columbian America. Some scholars have suggested that the city's construction was the result of a long process of gradual development, with the Tiwanaku people building upon earlier architectural traditions and gradually refining their techniques. Others argue that the sudden and extraordinary accomplishments of Tiwanaku point to the possibility of outside influences, or even the existence of lost technologies that have since been forgotten. While the debate over the origins of Tiwanaku's remarkable achievements continues, one thing is certain: the city remains a testament to the creativity, ingenuity, and resilience of the people who built it. The ruins of Tiwanaku continue to inspire awe and fascination among archaeologists and visitors alike. As new research is conducted and technologies like LiDAR and 3D scanning allow for more detailed investigations of the site, it is likely that we will continue to uncover new insights into the civilization that built this remarkable city. Whether we ever fully understand the methods behind its construction or the reasons for its eventual decline, Tiwanaku stands as a powerful reminder of the mysteries that still lie hidden beneath the surface of the earth, waiting to be discovered. The ancient city of Tiwanaku, with its massive stone blocks, intricate temples, and complex social and religious systems, offers a glimpse into a civilization that was both advanced and enigmatic, one that left behind a legacy that continues to challenge our understanding of the ancient world. Beneath the scorching desert sands of Egypt, hidden deep within the heart of the Sahara, lies the forgotten and mysterious ruins of Nabta Playa. While Egypt is famous for its iconic pyramids, temples, and tombs, Nabta Playa offers a glimpse into an even more ancient chapter of the region's history, one that has long been overshadowed by the grandeur of pharaonic civilization. This remote and enigmatic archaeological site, dating back over 7,000 years, has been described as a precursor to Egypt's Great Pyramids and a place where early humans sought to understand the cosmos. What makes Nabta Playa so fascinating, however, is not just its age or its location, but the deep mystery surrounding its purpose and the remarkable sophistication of the people who built it. It challenges our assumptions about the origins of complex society, as well as our understanding of ancient science, religion, and cosmology. At first glance, Nabta Playa might appear to be little more than a collection of stone structures scattered across the vast desert landscape. Yet, as archaeologists have discovered, this seemingly barren place holds the key to unlocking the mysteries of early human civilization. The site consists of a series of standing stones, circles, and other megalithic structures, many of which are arranged with remarkable precision. These stones, some of which are over 6 feet tall, are carefully positioned in alignment with astronomical events such as solstices and equinoxes. In fact, Nabta Playa is often described as one of the earliest known astronomical observatories, predating the famous Stonehenge in England by more than a millennium. The site's significance lies not just in its impressive stonework, but in the evidence it provides that the people who built it had a sophisticated understanding of the heavens, a knowledge that would later become integral to the development of Egyptian astronomy and architecture. The discovery of Nabta Playa in the mid-20th century came as a shock to many archaeologists. Prior to this, it was widely believed that ancient Egyptian civilization had developed exclusively around the Nile River, with little to no evidence of complex societies existing in the surrounding desert regions. However, the revelations at Nabta Playa suggest that early human societies in the Sahara were far more advanced than previously thought. The site's age, estimated to be around 7,000 to 8,000 years old, places it at a time when the Sahara was a much greener and more hospitable place than it is today. At that time, the area was home to lakes, rivers, and abundant wildlife, providing a rich environment for early human settlement. This was long before the Sahara became the vast desert we know today, and the people who inhabited this region would have had a very different relationship with the land and the stars. The most striking feature of Nabta Playa is the alignment of its megalithic stones with celestial events. Archaeologists have identified several stone circles and rows that seem to correspond with the positions of the sun and stars. The most famous structure at the site is a large stone circle, often referred to as the Nabta Playa Circle. This circle, which consists of several upright stones, is thought to have been used to mark the summer solstice, as well as the positions of important stars such as Sirius and Orion. The precision with which these stones were placed is astounding, especially considering that the people who built them lacked the sophisticated tools and knowledge of later civilizations. It is believed that the builders of Nabta Playa were early hunter-gatherers who had a deep understanding of the natural world and the cycles of the seasons. In addition to the stone circle, Nabta Playa features several other stone alignments and structures, some of which are thought to have been used for ritual or ceremonial purposes. For example, there is a series of large standing stones that form a kind of avenue leading to a nearby hill. This alignment may have had a symbolic or spiritual significance, perhaps marking the path of a sacred journey or representing the movement of the stars across the sky. The presence of such complex and intentional alignments suggests that the people of Nabta Playa were not only skilled in astronomy, but also had a deep spiritual connection to the cosmos. This connection between the heavens and the earth would later become a cornerstone of Egyptian religion, where the stars, particularly the constellation of Orion, were associated with the afterlife and the gods. One of the most intriguing aspects of Nabta Playa is the possibility that it served as a precursor to the monumental structures that would later define ancient Egypt. Some scholars argue that the people of Nabta Playa may have played a significant role in the development of the architectural and religious practices that would later be seen in the construction of the pyramids and other great monuments. The precise alignment of the stones at Nabta Playa, along with the site's connection to celestial events, suggests that the people who built it were not only skilled builders, but also had a profound understanding of the universe. This knowledge, it is believed, could have been passed down through generations, eventually influencing the construction of Egypt's great pyramids and temples. In fact, many of the same astronomical principles that were used at Nabta Playa, such as the alignment of structures with the sun, stars, and cardinal points, would later become fundamental to the design of the pyramids at Giza. In addition to its astronomical significance, Nabta Playa is also believed to have been an important cultural and religious center. The site's layout, with its stone circles and rows, suggests that it may have been used for ceremonial purposes, such as the marking of important solar events or the observation of the stars. Some researchers have speculated that the stones at Nabta Playa were used to track the movements of the stars and planets, possibly as part of a larger ritual or religious practice. The people who built these structures may have believed that the alignment of the stones with celestial bodies had a direct influence on the natural world, and that the stars and planets played a role in shaping their lives. This belief in the power of the heavens would later be reflected in the religious practices of ancient Egypt, where the movement of the stars and the rising of the Nile River were seen as intimately connected. Despite its significance, Nabta Playa remained largely unknown to the outside world for thousands of years. Even after its discovery in the 20th century, the site was often overlooked in favor of more famous Egyptian sites such as the pyramids and the temples of Karnak. However, as archaeological research has progressed and new technologies have been developed, Nabta Playa has begun to receive the attention it deserves. Today, the site is recognized as one of the most important and fascinating archaeological discoveries in Africa, offering a glimpse into the early development of human civilization and the relationship between ancient peoples and the stars. As researchers continue to explore Nabta Playa, new discoveries are constantly being made, and the mystery surrounding the site deepens. Some believe that the site may have once been much larger than previously thought, and that there may be additional structures buried beneath the sand waiting to be uncovered. As excavation techniques improve and new technologies like satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar become more widely used, it is likely that even more secrets of Nabta Playa will be revealed. The possibility that Nabta Playa was part of a larger network of early astronomical observatories or religious centers adds to the allure of the site, as it suggests that ancient societies in the Sahara were far more interconnected than previously believed. The significance of Nabta Playa lies not only in its age or its location, but in the profound implications it has for our understanding of early human civilization. The site challenges the conventional narrative that Egypt was the cradle of all ancient knowledge and that the people of the Sahara were isolated from the great civilizations of the Nile Valley. Instead, Nabta Playa presents a vision of an interconnected world, where early human societies were not only capable of monumental construction but also had a deep understanding of the cosmos and their place within it. It reminds us that human history is not a linear progression, but a complex web of cultures, ideas, and innovations that spread across time and space, often in ways that we are only just beginning to understand. As we continue to study Nabta Playa, we may find that its true significance is even greater than we currently realize. It is a site that offers a window into the distant past, revealing the intellectual and spiritual achievements of a people who, long before the rise of Egypt's great pyramids, looked to the stars for guidance and understanding. In doing so, it challenges our assumptions about the origins of human civilization and reminds us that the ancient world was full of hidden treasures, waiting to be uncovered and understood. In the dense jungles of Central America, hidden from the modern world for centuries, lies the ancient city of El Mirador, one of the largest and most remarkable archaeological sites in the Maya world. Located in the northern Petén region of Guatemala, El Mirador remains one of the most significant discoveries of the last century, a city whose size, complexity, and level of advancement challenge everything we thought we knew about early Mesoamerican civilizations. While the Maya civilization is often associated with grand cities like Tikal and Chichen Itza, El Mirador predates these famous sites by centuries, offering an entirely new perspective on the rise of the Maya and their urban culture. This lost city, buried deep within the jungle and largely untouched by time, provides startling revelations about the scale of ancient Maya achievements, revealing a civilization that was far more sophisticated than previously believed. The discovery of El Mirador was no accident. In fact, it wasn't until the 1970s that archaeologists began to realize the true extent of the site's importance. The city was identified in part due to the efforts of Dr. Richard Hansen, a pioneering archaeologist who led a series of expeditions to the region. He had been drawn to the site after discovering aerial photographs that revealed the outlines of large, man-made structures beneath the dense canopy of the jungle. These photographs hinted at the presence of an ancient city, and further ground surveys confirmed that what lay beneath the trees was far more than just a few scattered ruins. It was the remnants of a massive urban center, one that had flourished over 2,000 years ago during the pre-classic period of the Maya civilization. El Mirador was a monumental city, with sprawling plazas, enormous pyramids, and a sophisticated urban layout that was ahead of its time. Covering an area of over 16 square kilometers, it is one of the largest known ancient cities in the Maya world, and its scale rivals some of the most famous urban centers of later Mesoamerican cultures. The city's central pyramid, La Danta, is one of the largest and most impressive structures of the ancient Americas, towering over 72 meters in height. This massive pyramid is not just a testament to the architectural prowess of the Maya but also a reflection of the city's status as a powerful political and religious center. The sheer size and scale of the pyramid suggest that the people of El Mirador possessed an advanced understanding of engineering and construction, capable of building structures that would remain standing for millennia. What makes El Mirador even more fascinating is its age. Unlike other famous Maya cities that were established during the Classic period, around 250 to 900 CE, El Mirador was built during the Preclassic period, approximately 600 BCE to 150 CE. This places it at the dawn of Maya civilization, long before the cities of Tikal, Copan, and Palenque reached their heights. For decades, scholars believed that the Mayas' greatest achievements, including their monumental architecture, complex political systems, and intricate social structures, were all products of the Classic period. However, El Mirador reveals that these achievements were already well established in the Preclassic period, suggesting that the Maya were far more advanced in their early stages of civilization than previously thought. One of the most striking features of El Mirador is its urban planning. The city's layout is carefully organized, with a central ceremonial core that is surrounded by a network of plazas, temples, and residential areas. The buildings are arranged along wide causeways, which were likely used for processional and ceremonial purposes. These causeways connect different parts of the city, facilitating movement between the various districts and allowing for the smooth functioning of daily life. The streets and buildings of El Mirador suggest a high level of social organization, with distinct areas for different activities, such as politics, religion, and commerce. The presence of massive plazas and ceremonial ball courts further underscores the importance of ritual and religion in the daily lives of the city's inhabitants. The sheer scale and complexity of El Mirador's architecture reveal that the city was not just a collection of random structures, but a carefully planned and integrated urban environment. The buildings were constructed using locally sourced materials, including limestone and stucco, and many of them feature intricate carvings and sculptures, some of which are still being uncovered by archaeologists. These carvings depict gods, mythological scenes, and important historical events, shedding light on the religious beliefs and cultural practices of the city's inhabitants. The carvings suggest that the people of El Mirador had a deep understanding of their cosmos, incorporating celestial imagery and religious iconography into their art and architecture. This connection between the heavens and earth would later become a defining feature of Maya culture, influencing their calendar systems, architectural designs, and religious ceremonies. El Mirador also reveals the role of the Maya elite in the construction and maintenance of the city. The urban layout suggests that the city was organized around a hierarchical system, with the elite occupying the central areas of the city and the lower classes living on the outskirts. The massive pyramids and ceremonial structures would have served as the focal points of political and religious life, with the ruling elite using these spaces to demonstrate their power, perform rituals, and communicate with the gods. The people of El Mirador, like other ancient civilizations, likely believed that their rulers had a divine connection to the gods, and the construction of such monumental structures was a way to assert their legitimacy and power. This concept of divine rulership would become a hallmark of Maya society, with later cities like Tikal and Palenque continuing the tradition of building massive temples and pyramids to honor their rulers and gods. While much of the city's daily life remains a mystery, there are clues that suggest El Mirador was a thriving center of trade and commerce. The presence of exotic goods, such as jade, obsidian, and other precious materials, indicates that the people of El Mirador were involved in long-distance trade networks that connected them to other cultures in Mesoamerica. These trade routes would have facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies, further enhancing the city's wealth and influence. The trade in luxury items, combined with the city's strategic location, would have helped solidify El Mirador's status as a major player in the region. Despite its impressive achievements, El Mirador did not survive the centuries. Around 150 CE, the city was abandoned, and the reasons for its decline remain unclear. Some scholars believe that environmental factors, such as deforestation and soil erosion, may have contributed to the city's downfall. Others suggest that political or social factors, such as internal conflict or external invasions, may have played a role. Whatever the cause, the abandonment of El Mirador marks the end of an era for the Maya, as the civilization shifted its focus to other cities, like Tikal and Calakmul, which would go on to dominate the Maya world during the Classic period. Today, El Mirador stands as a reminder of the remarkable achievements of the Maya civilization. The city's grand architecture, sophisticated urban planning, and rich cultural history offer a glimpse into a society that was both ancient and advanced, far ahead of its time in many ways. The rediscovery of El Mirador challenges our traditional understanding of the Maya, forcing us to reconsider the origins and development of one of the most influential civilizations in the Americas. While much of the site remains shrouded in mystery, ongoing excavations continue to reveal new secrets, shedding light on the complex and fascinating world of the ancient Maya. El Mirador's story is a testament to the resilience and creativity of ancient civilizations, and a reminder that there are still many mysteries left to uncover. As archaeologists continue to study the site, they will undoubtedly uncover more about the lives of the people who built it, the reasons for its rise and fall, and the lasting impact it had on the development of Maya culture. What we have already learned from El Mirador has the potential to rewrite our understanding of the Maya civilization, offering new insights into their complex social structures, religious beliefs, and technological advancements. In the heart of the jungle, hidden beneath the canopy of trees, lies a forgotten city that continues to speak to us across the centuries, urging us to look deeper into the past and uncover the secrets that have long been buried. Deep within the dense forests of the Amazon basin, beneath layers of tangled vegetation and centuries of overgrowth, lies a secret waiting to be uncovered. This secret is not just the result of natural processes but a testament to the ingenuity of an ancient civilization whose existence has long been obscured by time, nature, and modern misconceptions. The lost city of Z, as it is often referred to in historical accounts, is one of the most compelling and mysterious tales of exploration and discovery, one that has captivated adventurers, archaeologists, and historians alike for over a century. This elusive city, sometimes likened to a mythical place, is thought to have once been a thriving metropolis in the heart of the Amazon rainforest, its ruins now hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be revealed to the world. The story of the search for Z begins with the figure of Percy Harrison Fawcett, a British explorer who, in the early 20th century, became obsessed with the idea that an advanced, unknown civilization once thrived deep within the Amazon. Fawcett's theories about the lost city of Z were based on a combination of ancient maps, indigenous legends, and his own observations from previous expeditions in South America. He believed that a sophisticated society, far beyond the primitive tribes most Westerners thought inhabited the Amazon, had once flourished in the region, only to vanish mysteriously, leaving behind no trace. His writings, particularly his expeditions in Brazil, convinced him that there was an undiscovered city, one filled with riches and incredible architectural wonders, waiting to be found. His claim was not just speculative, he thought he had found the location of this city on a series of ancient maps. Despite skepticism from the scientific community, Fawcett's obsession grew, and he returned to South America multiple times, determined to find Z. His expeditions were marked by harrowing accounts of survival, near-death experiences, and close calls with the dangerous wildlife of the jungle. But what began as a quest for discovery slowly turned into a personal mission, an obsession that ultimately cost him and his expedition team their lives. In 1925, Fawcett and his companions vanished into the depths of the Amazon, never to be seen again. Their disappearance only added to the mystique of Z, and the search for the lost city became an enduring tale of tragedy, mystery, and fascination. Despite Fawcett's disappearance, the legend of Z did not fade. Over the years, explorers, archaeologists, and adventurers continued to search for signs of the lost city. However, each search seemed to end in failure or, worse, tragedy. The dense, unforgiving jungle of the Amazon and the lack of any definitive evidence made it difficult for anyone to make progress. The idea of a lost city in the Amazon seemed almost laughable to many in the scientific community. After all, the prevailing assumption was that the Amazon was an inhospitable wilderness, a place where no advanced civilization could have ever flourished. It was a belief rooted in the idea that the Amazon was a pristine, unspoiled landscape, devoid of human activity until the arrival of European settlers. Yet, the more explorers returned to the jungle, the more evidence they began to find that hinted at a much different story. Satellite imagery, LiDAR technology, and new archaeological techniques have slowly begun to reveal the true extent of human activity in the Amazon in ancient times. In recent years, there has been a growing body of evidence suggesting that the Amazon was not, as once thought, a wilderness. Far from it. The region was home to numerous ancient civilizations, some of which constructed massive urban centers, created intricate road systems, and engaged in large-scale agriculture that transformed the landscape. In 2018, a breakthrough discovery was made that began to unravel the mysteries of the lost city of Z. Archaeologists using LiDAR technology, light detection and ranging, were able to map vast stretches of the Amazon rainforest and reveal the outlines of long-lost cities and roads hidden beneath the dense canopy. LiDAR works by sending laser pulses to the ground and measuring the time it takes for them to bounce back, allowing scientists to create high-resolution 3D maps of the ground beneath the forest. The results were astonishing. Researchers uncovered large, complex networks of roads, terraces, and settlements that suggested a highly organized and advanced civilization had once thrived in the region. These discoveries challenge the conventional wisdom that the Amazon was a pristine wilderness and instead suggest that the ancient peoples of the Amazon were capable of large-scale, sophisticated urban planning and agriculture. The LiDAR scans uncovered evidence of what might have been massive settlements, some of which could have been the long-lost cities Fawcett was searching for. The most notable find was a sprawling city complex in what is now the Brazilian state of Acre. The structures uncovered by LiDAR are thought to be at least 2,000 years old, and their design is unlike anything previously known in the Americas. The existence of these cities, combined with the evidence of vast agricultural networks, suggests that the lost civilizations of the Amazon were far more advanced than previously thought. What these discoveries point to is a radical shift in our understanding of pre-Columbian South America. The Amazon, long considered an inhospitable wilderness, was, in fact, a region where large, complex societies thrived. The ancient peoples of the Amazon didn't just survive in the jungle, they shaped it. The advanced road systems and intricate agricultural techniques discovered suggest that these societies were capable of managing vast territories and populations. This challenges the traditional notion of the Amazon as a place where only small, nomadic tribes could survive. Instead, it paints a picture of a much more dynamic and complex civilization that managed to thrive in one of the harshest environments on Earth. Yet, despite these groundbreaking discoveries, the question remains, was the lost city of Z, the city that Fawcett believed to be hidden in the jungle, one of these newly discovered cities? There is no definitive answer, and the location of Z remains a mystery. However, the evidence that has been uncovered certainly suggests that Fawcett's beliefs were not entirely without merit. The idea of a large, advanced city hidden deep within the Amazon is no longer dismissed as fantasy. The true scale of pre-Columbian Amazonian civilization is only now beginning to be understood, and it is possible that the ruins of the lost city of Z, or something similar, still lie buried somewhere in the vast expanse of the jungle. Fawcett's search for the lost city was driven by a belief in the possibility of finding an ancient society that was not only sophisticated but also untouched by modern civilization. He imagined Z as a place of unimaginable wealth and ancient knowledge, a city that had somehow eluded the reach of European conquerors and explorers for centuries. In his writings, he painted a picture of a civilization that was not just technologically advanced but also deeply connected to the mystical and spiritual traditions of the region. His obsession with the city was fueled by the possibility that it held the answers to many of the great mysteries of human history. While Fawcett never found the city he sought, his expeditions and the stories of his disappearance played a crucial role in the continuing fascination with the Amazon and the search for ancient civilizations in the region. His legacy continues to inspire explorers and archaeologists, driving them to return to the jungle, equipped with new technology and fresh perspectives. Today, the Amazon is no longer seen as an uninhabited wilderness, but as a region rich with the remains of ancient civilizations, waiting to be rediscovered. The search for Z is far from over, but the recent breakthroughs in archaeology and the rise of technologies like LiDAR offer new hope that one day the lost city may be found. Whether it is the city that Percy Fawcett sought or another entirely, the search is a reminder of the mysteries that still lie hidden beneath the surface of the earth. As more discoveries are made, our understanding of the ancient world continues to evolve, revealing that the past is far more complex and interconnected than we ever imagined. The story of the lost city of Z, much like the ancient civilizations of the Amazon, is one of persistence, mystery, and discovery. It is a testament to the curiosity and determination of those who refuse to accept the status quo, who seek out the hidden truths of our history, no matter the cost. It reminds us that history is not just a series of events that have already occurred but an ongoing process, a story still being written by the people who dare to look beyond the obvious, who venture into the unknown, and who uncover the secrets that have long been buried. As the search for Z continues, it promises to add new chapters to the ever-unfolding narrative of human exploration and discovery. High above the vast plains of southern Mexico, in the dense jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula, lie the towering remnants of a civilization that, for centuries, has inspired both awe and intrigue. The ruins of Chichen Itza, one of the most famous archaeological sites in the world, reveal a culture of exceptional skill, knowledge, and ambition. Known for its colossal pyramids, intricate carvings, and complex astronomical alignments, Chichen Itza is a testament to the grandeur and sophistication of the Maya civilization. However, beyond the well-documented history and the tourist-filled pathways, there are layers of mystery that still cloak this iconic site, mysteries that suggest much more is hidden beneath the surface than meets the eye. Chichen Itza was a major city in the northern Maya lowlands, thriving between the 7th and 10th centuries CE. The site's strategic location at the crossroads of several major trade routes made it an important cultural and economic center. Its architectural wonders, such as the massive pyramid known as El Castillo, the Temple of Kukulkan, have long been a symbol of the Mayas' advanced understanding of geometry, astronomy, and mathematics. But despite its fame, much about the site remains unknown, including the exact reasons for its rise and eventual decline, and the full scope of the achievements of the Maya people who once called it home. At the heart of Chichen Itza stands El Castillo, the towering pyramid dedicated to the feathered serpent god, Kukulkan. This pyramid is perhaps the most recognizable feature of the site, and it is renowned for its sophisticated design, which is aligned with the movements of the sun. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, the setting sun casts a series of shadows on the steps of the pyramid, creating the illusion of a serpent slithering down the stairs, a stunning visual effect that is a testament to the Mayas' deep knowledge of solar movements. This phenomenon is not a mere coincidence, it reflects the Mayas' advanced understanding of astronomy and their ability to align their buildings with the cosmos. The temple at the top of the pyramid, dedicated to Kukulkan, was a place of great religious significance, where rituals were performed to honor the gods and ensure agricultural fertility. But El Castillo is just one of many structures at Chichén Itzá that demonstrates the Mayas' architectural and mathematical prowess. Another remarkable feature of the site is the Great Ball Court, the largest ball court ever discovered in the Maya world. This enormous, open-air stadium was the site of the Mesoamerican ball game, a ritualistic sport that was more than just a game. It was a symbolic representation of the struggle between day and night, life and death. The walls of the ball court are adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes of the game and its spiritual significance, as well as the grisly aftermath of the game, where losing players were sometimes sacrificed to the gods. This tradition reflects the Mayas' belief in the cyclical nature of life and the importance of maintaining balance between the forces of the universe. The Temple of the Warriors is another impressive structure at Chichén Itzá, and it offers further insights into the city's complex religious and military practices. The temple is adorned with rows of columns, many of which are carved with intricate reliefs of warriors in elaborate costumes, suggesting that Chichén Itzá was not just a religious center but also a military powerhouse. The presence of such a large military monument indicates that Chichén Itzá may have had a significant influence over the surrounding region, exerting power and control through both spiritual and physical means. The temple's strategic location, overlooking the surrounding plains, further reinforces the idea that the city was designed to dominate its surroundings, both spiritually and politically. Despite the grandeur of its structures, Chichén Itzá's rise to prominence and eventual decline remain shrouded in mystery. The city flourished during the late Classic and early post-Classic periods of the Maya civilization, and at its height, it may have been home to tens of thousands of people. However, by the end of the 10th century, Chichén Itzá began to experience a decline, and by the 12th century, the city was largely abandoned. The reasons for this decline are still debated by scholars, with theories ranging from environmental factors, such as deforestation and drought, to political and social upheaval. Some researchers suggest that the city's once powerful rulers lost control over the surrounding region, while others point to the possibility of an internal collapse caused by warfare, rebellion, or economic instability. The fact that the city's decline coincided with the rise of other centers, such as Mayapan and Uaxactan, suggests that Chichén Itzá's political and economic influence waned as other cities gained power. One of the most fascinating aspects of Chichén Itzá is the ongoing mystery surrounding the Cenote Sagrado, sacred cenote, a natural sinkhole located near the city. The cenote was considered a sacred site by the Maya, and it was the focal point of many religious ceremonies. Archaeological excavations have uncovered numerous offerings and human remains in the cenote, suggesting that it was used for rituals involving water and the gods. The presence of large quantities of gold, jade, and other precious materials in the cenote indicates that the site was considered a gateway to the underworld, and that it played a central role in the Maya's spiritual life. Some scholars believe that the cenote was used as a place for human sacrifice, a practice that was common in many Mesoamerican cultures. The connection between water and the underworld in Maya cosmology adds another layer of complexity to the mysteries of Chichén Itzá and highlights the deep spiritual and ritual significance of the site. While the ruins of Chichén Itzá are awe-inspiring, there are still many unanswered questions about the ancient Maya and their civilization. How did the Maya, with their limited technological resources, manage to construct such monumental buildings with such precision? What was the true nature of the Maya political system, and how did cities like Chichén Itzá maintain power over such large regions? What caused the eventual collapse of this once great city, and why did it take so long for the surrounding population to repopulate the region? In recent years, scholars and archaeologists have turned to new methods and technologies to uncover answers to these questions. LiDAR scans, for example, have revealed an intricate network of roads, canals, and other structures hidden beneath the dense jungle, suggesting that Chichén Itzá was not an isolated city but part of a much larger and more complex network of settlements. This discovery has led researchers to reconsider the political and economic structure of the Maya civilization, suggesting that the cities of the Yucatan Peninsula may have been more interconnected than previously believed. The use of LiDAR has also provided new insights into the layout of Chichen Itza itself, revealing previously unknown structures and features that may help explain the city's rise to power and eventual decline. Other technologies, such as ground-penetrating radar and 3D modeling, are helping archaeologists to map out the site in greater detail and uncover hidden chambers, tunnels, and other features that may offer clues about the city's history. As these technologies continue to evolve, it is likely that new discoveries will continue to emerge, shedding light on the mysteries of Chichen Itza and the civilization that built it. Chichen Itza is more than just a collection of ancient ruins. It is a symbol of the extraordinary achievements of the Maya civilization and a window into a world that existed long before European contact. Its towering pyramids, intricately carved temples, and mysterious cenotes serve as a reminder of the Mayas' deep knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering. But the mysteries of the site go beyond its architecture and artifacts. Chichen Itza is a place that continues to provoke questions, challenging our assumptions about ancient civilizations and the nature of human achievement. As more discoveries are made and new technologies allow us to peer deeper into the past, the mysteries of Chichen Itza will continue to unfold, offering new insights into one of the most remarkable civilizations in human history. In the end, Chichen Itza's true significance may not be in the answers it provides but in the questions it raises. The site's enigmatic ruins are a testament to a civilization that, despite its eventual decline, left an indelible mark on the history of the Americas. The story of Chichen Itza is a story of human curiosity, creativity, and ambition, a story that continues to unfold as we continue to explore the mysteries of the Maya and their legacy. Deep in the heart of ancient Egypt, beneath the golden sands of the Sahara, lies a mystery so profound that it has captivated explorers and scholars for centuries. This enigma is not just the result of time, nature, or the ravages of history, it is a testament to a lost civilization whose existence was hidden for millennia beneath the ever-shifting sands. The Serapeum of Saqqara is a place that remains one of Egypt's most puzzling and fascinating archaeological discoveries. Located on the west bank of the Nile, near the ancient capital of Memphis, the Serapeum is a burial complex that holds the remains of sacred bulls, yet the purpose and origins of this site raise more questions than answers. The discovery of the Serapeum can be traced back to the early 19th century, when French archaeologist Auguste Mariette stumbled upon the site while excavating the ancient necropolis of Saqqara in 1850. What he uncovered was a complex of massive underground galleries and chambers, each one containing colossal stone sarcophagi, enormous, intricately carved, and weighing several tons. The most curious feature of these sarcophagi, however, was their contents, mummified remains of Apis bulls, a sacred animal in ancient Egypt. These bulls were not ordinary cattle, they were revered as earthly manifestations of the god Ptah, one of the most important deities in the Egyptian pantheon. The discovery of these burial sites raised numerous questions about the role of the Serapeum, the purpose of these massive tombs, and the significance of the Apis bull cult in ancient Egyptian religion. The Apis bull was not just an ordinary animal, it was considered the earthly counterpart to Ptah, the creator god, and was believed to be the bearer of divine power. The Egyptians believed that when an Apis bull died, it became one with the god Ptah, and its soul would pass on to the next bull that was chosen to replace it. The Apis bull was venerated during its life and after its death, as it was believed to have a direct link to the divine realm. When the bull died, a highly elaborate and sacred ritual was performed to ensure the proper passage of its soul. The mummification process was performed with the same care and reverence as that afforded to the pharaohs themselves. Once mummified, the bull was placed in one of the massive sarcophagi within the Serapeum, which served as its final resting place. The Serapeum, then, was not simply a burial ground, it was a sacred temple complex dedicated to the worship and veneration of these divine creatures. What makes the Serapeum so enigmatic, however, is not just the scale of the tombs or the religious significance of the Apis bull cult, it is the very construction of the site itself. The tombs within the Serapeum are colossal, with the largest sarcophagi measuring over 3 meters in length and weighing up to 70 tons. The sheer size of the sarcophagi raises numerous questions about how the ancient Egyptians were able to transport such immense stones across the desert and into the heart of Saqqara, especially when considering the rudimentary tools they had available at the time. The massive underground galleries, which stretch for hundreds of meters beneath the earth, are lined with these enormous stone boxes, and the engineering required to create such a complex system of burial chambers is still a mystery. The scale and precision of the construction suggest that the builders of the Serapeum had advanced knowledge of architecture and engineering far beyond what is commonly attributed to ancient Egyptian civilization. Equally puzzling is the discovery of the sarcophagi themselves. These stone containers are not just simple tombs, they are marvels of craftsmanship, carved from solid granite with intricate decorations and inscriptions. The quality of the workmanship is so refined that it would be nearly impossible to recreate with modern tools, let alone with the primitive technology that the ancient Egyptians had at their disposal. The method by which the sarcophagi were cut, transported, and placed in the tombs remains one of the great mysteries of Egyptian archaeology. Some scholars have suggested that the stones were quarried from distant sites and transported across vast distances using sophisticated systems of ramps, levers, and manpower. Others propose that the Egyptians used techniques that we have yet to fully understand, possibly involving advanced knowledge of acoustics, resonance, or even forgotten technologies. Despite the extraordinary nature of the Serapeum, it was not widely known until Mariette's excavation in the 19th century. The site had been long forgotten, buried under the sands of time, and it is thought that the Serapeum had been sealed off and abandoned sometime during the decline of the ancient Egyptian civilization, possibly after the conquest of Egypt by foreign powers or during periods of political instability. While the Serapeum may have been a thriving religious and cultural center during its time, it eventually fell into obscurity, hidden beneath the vast desert sands until its rediscovery by Mariette. What makes the Serapeum even more intriguing is the lack of historical records about it. There are no detailed inscriptions, no grand monuments, and no clear explanations as to why this vast underground complex was created. The absence of written records has left many questions unanswered. Who commissioned the construction of such an elaborate tomb complex? What role did the Serapeum play in the broader religious and political landscape of ancient Egypt? Was it an isolated cult center, or did it play a role in the larger Egyptian pantheon of gods and temples? Theories abound regarding the purpose of the Serapeum. One suggestion is that it was not just a burial site for the sacred Apis bulls, but also a symbolic representation of the connection between the living and the divine. Some scholars believe that the Serapeum may have been designed to represent the journey of the soul, with its vast underground galleries symbolizing the passage from life to death, and the sacred bulls acting as intermediaries between the human and divine realms. Others speculate that the Serapeum was a center for the performance of religious rites and ceremonies, where priests and religious leaders would gather to honor the gods and conduct sacred rituals. Despite its enigmatic nature, the Serapeum also provides valuable insight into the religious practices and cultural beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The veneration of the Apis bull reflects the Egyptians' deep connection to the natural world and their belief in the divine presence in every aspect of life. The Apis bull was not just a symbol of the god Ptah but also a representation of fertility, strength, and vitality. Its sacred role in Egyptian society was reflected in the elaborate rituals and ceremonies that were performed in its honor, and the construction of the Serapeum itself was a testament to the importance of these beliefs. As research on the Serapeum continues, new discoveries are being made that shed light on the mysteries of this ancient site. In recent years, archaeologists have uncovered additional chambers, sarcophagi, and artifacts, further adding to our understanding of the Serapeum's role in ancient Egyptian religion. However, many questions still remain, and the true significance of the Serapeum may never be fully understood. The Serapeum of Saqqara stands as one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of ancient Egypt, a site that challenges our understanding of the civilization's religious practices, architectural achievements, and cultural beliefs. The sheer scale and sophistication of the complex, combined with the lack of written records and historical documentation, make it one of the most intriguing and enigmatic sites in the ancient world. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the Serapeum, we are reminded of the enduring power of Egypt's ancient civilization, and the countless secrets that remain hidden beneath the sands of time. The Serapeum is not just a burial ground for sacred bulls, it is a monument to the enduring legacy of a civilization whose achievements continue to fascinate and inspire us to this day. In the heart of the Himalayas, where the snow-capped peaks scrape the heavens and the vast expanse of the Tibetan Plateau stretches as far as the eye can see, a hidden world remains shrouded in mystery, one that has fascinated explorers, historians, and scientists for centuries. This place is Shambhala, a legendary kingdom of unparalleled wisdom, wealth, and spirituality. For millennia, the concept of Shambhala has been etched in the spiritual and cultural traditions of various civilizations, particularly in Tibetan Buddhism, where it is seen as a mystical paradise, an enlightened kingdom, and a sanctuary for those who seek enlightenment. But is Shambhala just a myth, a creation of spiritual imagination, or could it be a real place that has yet to be discovered? The search for Shambhala has led many adventurers into the vast, remote landscapes of the Himalayas, but despite countless expeditions, no definitive evidence has ever been found. Yet, the belief in Shambhala persists, and its allure continues to captivate the hearts of those who seek not only geographical discovery but also deeper truths about the nature of existence. The first recorded references to Shambhala appear in ancient Hindu texts, particularly in the Mahabharata, and later in the Kalachakra Tantra of Tibetan Buddhism. These scriptures describe Shambhala as a mystical, hidden land, a realm where wisdom and peace reign supreme. In these texts, Shambhala is portrayed as a utopia, a place where the inhabitants live in harmony with the divine and possess advanced spiritual knowledge. This kingdom is not merely physical but also exists in a realm beyond ordinary human perception, accessible only to those who have attained a certain level of spiritual enlightenment. The people of Shambhala, according to these traditions, are said to have perfected the practice of meditation and inner peace, and they are believed to possess the key to unlocking higher states of consciousness. The kingdom itself is often described as a place of beauty and serenity, where palaces are made of gold, and the landscape is bathed in an ethereal light. Over time, the concept of Shambhala became more than just a religious symbol, it became a part of the larger mythological and mystical narrative of the East. Many believe that Shambhala was not just a spiritual idea but a physical location, hidden somewhere in the vast and unexplored regions of the Himalayas. The search for Shambhala became the quest of many adventurers, from monks and mystics to European explorers, all of whom were drawn by the promise of discovering a lost civilization that held the key to eternal wisdom and enlightenment. The allure of Shambhala reached its peak during the 19th and early 20th centuries when explorers and scholars were eager to uncover the mysteries of the East. One of the most notable figures in the modern search for Shambhala was the Russian explorer and mystic Nicholas Roerich, who in the 1920s led an expedition into the Himalayas in search of the mythical kingdom. Roerich was a painter, writer, and spiritual seeker, and his fascination with Shambhala was rooted in his belief that the kingdom represented the spiritual awakening of humanity. Roerich's journey was both a literal and symbolic search for truth, and he claimed to have received guidance from mystical sources during his travels. Though Roerich did not find the physical Shambhala he was searching for, his journey captured the imagination of people worldwide, and he became a key figure in the modern mythos surrounding the lost kingdom. His writings and paintings, which often depicted mountains and landscapes bathed in mystical light, added to the allure of Shambhala as a place of divine beauty and profound mystery. Yet, the question remains, if Shambhala is a real place, where is it? The search for its physical location has led to various theories over the years. Some believe that Shambhala lies hidden within the vast and virtually inaccessible areas of the Tibetan Plateau or in the remote regions of the Himalayan mountain range. Others suggest that it could be located in the vast, unexplored areas of the Gobi Desert or the Mongolian steppes. The region's remoteness, extreme climate, and harsh terrain have long been a barrier to thorough exploration, and the idea that such a place could remain hidden for centuries is not outside the realm of possibility. Those who have ventured into these regions have reported strange and inexplicable occurrences, adding to the mystique of Shambhala. Some explorers have claimed to have found ancient ruins or signs of an advanced civilization in these remote areas, though none of these discoveries have been corroborated by mainstream archaeology. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Shambhala legend is its connection to the idea of spiritual transformation. According to Tibetan Buddhist teachings, Shambhala is not just a physical location but a state of being, a place where individuals who have reached a high level of spiritual development can enter into a higher state of consciousness. In this sense, Shambhala represents an inner journey as much as it does an outer one. The kingdom is often depicted as existing in a parallel dimension, accessible only to those who have purified their minds and hearts. It is believed that in order to find Shambhala, one must first find it within themselves. This idea challenges the conventional understanding of geography and suggests that the search for Shambhala is not just about discovering a physical place, but about achieving a spiritual awakening. The legend of Shambhala has also been intertwined with the concept of Kalachakra, a powerful tantric meditation practice that is said to bring about a transformation of the mind and body. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Kalachakra Tantra describes the future arrival of a king, the Maitreyi or future Buddha, who will emerge from Shambhala to lead the world into an age of peace and enlightenment. This figure is prophesied to bring an end to suffering and ignorance, ushering in a golden age of spiritual wisdom. The belief in the coming of this king has led to speculation that Shambhala could be a symbolic representation of humanity's ultimate spiritual potential, a place that exists not in the physical world, but in the collective consciousness of all beings. Despite the lack of concrete evidence for the existence of Shambhala as a physical place, its cultural and spiritual significance cannot be overstated. The kingdom has become a central symbol in the mythology of the East, representing the highest ideals of human potential, peace, and enlightenment. Its influence extends beyond the borders of Buddhism and Hinduism, having permeated Western esotericism, occult traditions, and even popular culture. Writers, artists, and filmmakers have drawn inspiration from the legend of Shambhala, using it as a metaphor for the search for inner truth and wisdom. Its presence in the collective imagination continues to inspire countless seekers, who believe that the pursuit of Shambhala is not just about discovering a lost civilization, but about awakening to a higher state of consciousness. In recent years, the idea of Shambhala has taken on a new form, with some suggesting that the kingdom may not be a physical place at all but rather a metaphor for humanity's potential for spiritual transformation. As the world becomes more interconnected and globalized, some view Shambhala as a symbol of the possibility of peace, understanding, and unity among all people. The search for Shambhala, then, is not just about finding an ancient kingdom in the Himalayas, but about discovering the deeper, spiritual truths that lie within each individual and within society as a whole. Whether Shambhala exists as a physical place or not, its legacy continues to shape the way people approach spirituality, personal growth, and the quest for wisdom. The kingdom remains a symbol of the human desire for enlightenment and peace, a vision of a better world that transcends the limitations of time and space. As explorers and spiritual seekers continue to search for the lost kingdom, they are not just looking for a place on a map but are engaging in a deeper search for meaning, one that spans cultures, traditions, and centuries. The legend of Shambhala, though veiled in mystery, holds a timeless message. The journey to find it is as important as the destination itself. The history of humanity is filled with tales of lost civilizations, once thriving societies that mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only fragments of their existence. Among these enigmatic stories, one of the most intriguing involves the ancient city of Atlantis, a legendary civilization that has sparked centuries of speculation, research, and exploration. From its first appearance in the writings of the Greek philosopher Plato to its depiction in modern media, Atlantis has captured the imaginations of countless individuals who are drawn to the idea of a powerful, advanced civilization that was swallowed by the sea. But was Atlantis real, or is it merely a myth? The search for Atlantis has become one of the most captivating quests in the history of archaeology, a journey that has taken explorers, historians, and researchers to the farthest corners of the earth, all in the pursuit of discovering the truth behind this ancient mystery. The earliest recorded mention of Atlantis comes from the works of Plato, who described it in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BCE. According to Plato, Atlantis was a mighty civilization that existed more than 9,000 years before his time, situated beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which is the modern-day Strait of Gibraltar. Atlantis was said to be an island, larger than Libya and Asia combined, and it was home to a sophisticated and technologically advanced society. The people of Atlantis were described as prosperous, with abundant resources, impressive architecture, and a well-organized government. However, the Atlanteans' arrogance and moral decay eventually led to their downfall. In Plato's account, the gods punished Atlantis for its hubris, and the island was submerged into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Plato's description of Atlantis was vivid and detailed, and over time, the story of the lost city became a source of fascination for both scholars and adventurers. The idea of a powerful, utopian civilization that mysteriously vanished seemed to resonate with people across the world, sparking a multitude of theories and interpretations. Some believed that Atlantis was a real place, while others saw it as an allegory for the rise and fall of civilizations. The concept of Atlantis became intertwined with ideas about human history, technological advancement, and the cyclical nature of empires. As the centuries passed, the story of Atlantis continued to evolve, taking on new meanings and interpretations, particularly during the 19th and 20th centuries, when the search for lost civilizations began to gain momentum. Many early explorers and scholars took Plato's account of Atlantis as a starting point for their own investigations, and they set out to find the lost city. The search for Atlantis has been driven by a combination of curiosity, ambition, and the desire to uncover a lost chapter of human history. Some believe that Atlantis might be located somewhere in the Mediterranean, while others suggested that it could be found in the Atlantic Ocean itself. The idea that Atlantis was hidden beneath the sea, waiting to be rediscovered, captured the imagination of generations of explorers. Over time, theories about the location of Atlantis multiplied, and countless expeditions were launched to find the city. One of the earliest and most popular theories about the location of Atlantis suggested that it was located in the Mediterranean Sea, specifically in the Aegean Sea or near the island of Santorini, also known as Thera. Santorini is home to one of the most catastrophic volcanic eruptions in recorded history, which occurred around 1600 BCE. This eruption caused massive destruction, including the destruction of the Minoan civilization, and it has been suggested by some scholars that this event could have inspired the myth of Atlantis. The island of Santorini features a massive caldera, a sunken volcanic crater, and its dramatic landscape evokes the image of a once prosperous civilization that was destroyed in an instant. In this interpretation, Atlantis would not have been a mythical island but rather a real place that was devastated by a natural disaster. Other theories place Atlantis further afield, suggesting that it could be located in the Caribbean, the Canary Islands, or even Antarctica. These theories are often based on various interpretations of Plato's writings, as well as geological and geographical evidence. For example, some proponents of the Caribbean theory point to the ruins of ancient civilizations in the Caribbean and South America, such as the Olmec and Maya civilizations, as evidence that Atlantis could have been located in the Americas. The theory of Atlantis being in Antarctica, while highly speculative, posits that a polar shift or cataclysmic event might have caused the landmass to be submerged, explaining why it no longer exists in its original location. Other researchers have suggested that Atlantis could be located on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, an underwater mountain range that runs through the Atlantic Ocean. This region, known for its tectonic activity, could have been the site of an ancient civilization that was swallowed by the sea due to a natural disaster such as an earthquake or volcanic eruption. While many of these theories are intriguing, they remain speculative and unproven. Despite numerous searches and investigations, no concrete evidence has been found to support the existence of Atlantis as a real, physical city. However, the legend of Atlantis has persisted, and its allure continues to captivate the public. Some researchers argue that the myth of Atlantis may have been based on real events, but that over time, the details were distorted and embellished. Plato himself, after all, did not claim that Atlantis was a historical fact but rather presented it as a story that served as a cautionary tale. The idea of a great civilization falling due to its own corruption and moral decay is a theme that resonates with the rise and fall of other historical empires, such as the Roman Empire or the ancient Egyptians. In this view, Atlantis may have been a metaphor for the inevitable decline of civilizations that fail to maintain balance, humility, and moral integrity. Beyond the theories of its location, the story of Atlantis has also given rise to countless debates about its technological advancements and the nature of its civilization. Plato described the Atlanteans as a highly advanced people, capable of building massive structures, creating intricate works of art, and harnessing powerful technologies. Some modern theories propose that the Atlanteans possessed advanced knowledge of energy, transportation, or even extraterrestrial technologies, which were lost when the city was submerged. These ideas have fueled the imaginations of many who believe that Atlantis was not merely a lost city but a civilization far more advanced than anything known in the ancient world. The concept of a lost technological paradise has also been linked to ideas about ancient astronauts and extraterrestrial influence on human history, with some suggesting that the Atlanteans were aided by beings from other worlds. While these theories are fascinating, they remain speculative and lack substantial evidence. Mainstream archaeology tends to dismiss the idea that Atlantis was an advanced technological civilization, viewing it instead as a myth or allegory rather than a literal historical account. Nevertheless, the idea of Atlantis continues to be explored in popular culture, with countless books, movies, and television shows featuring the lost city in various forms. From Disney's animated movie Atlantis, The Lost Empire to the National Geographic documentaries, the story of Atlantis has become a fixture of modern storytelling, often presented as a tale of adventure, mystery, and discovery. Despite the lack of evidence supporting the existence of Atlantis, the search for the lost city has contributed to the field of archaeology in meaningful ways. The quest for Atlantis has encouraged people to explore the boundaries of human knowledge, to question the accepted narratives of history, and to search for lost cultures and civilizations that might have existed before recorded history. The idea of a once great civilization that has been forgotten by time serves as a reminder of the fragility of human existence and the potential for societies to rise and fall in the blink of an eye. In this sense, the myth of Atlantis is not just about a lost city, it is about the eternal human desire to uncover the hidden truths of our past and to understand the forces that shape the course of history. The legend of Atlantis may never be proven or disproven, but its enduring fascination reflects the human quest for knowledge, discovery, and meaning. Whether the story of Atlantis is based on a real civilization that was lost to the sea or a metaphor for the rise and fall of empires, it remains one of the most enduring and captivating myths in human history. The search for Atlantis continues to spark imaginations and inspire those who seek to uncover the secrets of the past, and perhaps, in the process, to understand more about the future. Amid the sprawling deserts of Peru, far from the bustling cities and the well-trodden tourist paths, lies one of the most enigmatic archaeological sites in the world. The Nazca Lines, an astonishing array of giant geoglyphs etched into the Earth's surface, have baffled scientists, historians, and archaeologists since their discovery. Stretching across the arid plains of the Nazca Desert, these enormous figures, some reaching lengths of over 1,000 feet, depict everything from stylized animals and plants to geometric patterns and human-like forms. The lines themselves are so vast that they can only be fully appreciated from the sky, making their true scale and purpose a mystery that continues to captivate the imagination of explorers and researchers. The discovery of the Nazca Lines is credited to the American historian Paul Kosok in the 1930s, although local farmers and travelers had long been aware of their existence. Kosok, flying over the desert, was the first to fully grasp the magnitude and the intricate detail of the lines. The patterns are best viewed from an aerial perspective, which led to the revelation that these markings are not merely random scratches in the earth, but intentional, highly organized designs that appear to serve some unknown purpose. The largest figures are so vast that their design would have been impossible to appreciate from the ground, suggesting that they were made with an aerial view in mind. This leads to the question, why were they created, and for whom? What purpose did these enormous geoglyphs serve, and why did their creators go to such extraordinary lengths to create them? Theories about the origins and significance of the Nazca Lines are as varied and diverse as the designs themselves. The most widely accepted explanation is that they were created by the Nazca culture, a civilization that thrived in the region from roughly 200 BCE to 600 CE. The Nazca people, known for their advanced agricultural techniques, pottery, and textiles, left behind numerous artifacts, including finely crafted ceramics and textiles depicting animals, deities, and symbolic motifs. However, unlike other ancient civilizations, the Nazca left behind little in the way of monumental architecture. Instead, they left behind these cryptic geoglyphs, gigantic works of art that remain unexplained to this day. One of the most prominent theories is that the Nazca lines were created for ritualistic or religious purposes. Some researchers suggest that the lines were meant to be a form of astronomical calendar, designed to mark the movement of celestial bodies. The Nazca civilization is believed to have had a deep connection to the stars, and several of the figures seem to align with the constellations or the movements of the sun and moon. For example, the hummingbird, one of the most famous figures, appears to be aligned with the solstices, while the spider figure may correspond to the constellation Orion. If the lines were indeed created for astronomical purposes, it would indicate that the Nazca people possessed a sophisticated understanding of the heavens and the passage of time, using the desert as a canvas for their astronomical observations. Other researchers propose that the lines were created as part of a religious or ceremonial practice that involved invoking the gods or seeking divine favor. The Nazca people may have believed that the creation of these grand geoglyphs was a way to communicate with the gods or to gain their blessing for agricultural success or fertility. In a region where water is scarce and the harsh desert environment often threatened the livelihood of its inhabitants, the rituals associated with the lines may have been seen as a way to ensure the life-giving rains would fall. The connection between water and the sacred is a recurring theme in many ancient civilizations, and the Nazca culture was no exception. The creation of the lines, in this context, could have been an offering to the gods, a physical manifestation of the community's hopes and prayers for survival. While the religious and astronomical explanations are widely discussed, there are other, more speculative theories about the purpose of the Nazca lines. One particularly intriguing idea is that the lines were created as a form of alien communication. The sheer size and scale of the geoglyphs, along with their complexity and their alignment with celestial bodies, have led some to suggest that the Nazca people may have been creating markers for extraterrestrial visitors. This theory suggests that the lines were designed to be seen from the sky, potentially by beings traveling from outer space. According to proponents of this idea, the Nazca civilization might have been in contact with aliens, who instructed them to create the lines as a way to communicate or guide them. Although this theory is highly speculative and lacks any concrete evidence, it has nonetheless become a popular subject in the realm of ancient astronaut theory, a field that posits that extraterrestrial beings played a role in the development of early human civilizations. Another theory proposes that the Nazca lines were created as a gigantic pilgrimage route. The idea behind this theory is that the lines were part of a sacred journey for the Nazca people, a physical manifestation of a spiritual pilgrimage that was undertaken by individuals or groups in search of enlightenment or communion with the divine. Some of the lines appear to lead toward specific locations, such as temples or places of worship, and the act of walking or traveling along these lines could have been seen as a ritualistic journey, perhaps symbolizing the passage from the earthly realm to the divine. This theory, like the others, is based on the assumption that the Nazca people held these lines in high spiritual regard, using them as tools for both physical and spiritual transformation. Despite the numerous theories that have emerged over the years, the true purpose of the Nazca lines remains elusive. The lines are so vast and complex that they continue to challenge our understanding of ancient technology, culture, and religion. But perhaps what is most fascinating about the Nazca lines is not just their mystery, but the way in which they force us to reconsider the capabilities of ancient civilizations. The creation of such enormous and intricate designs would have required an exceptional understanding of geometry, mathematics, and engineering. The Nazca people had to meticulously plan and execute these massive geoglyphs without the aid of advanced technology. The very act of creating the lines would have been a monumental task, requiring hundreds, if not thousands, of laborers working in coordination over many years. Yet, they managed to carve these lines with incredible precision, using only rudimentary tools and an intimate knowledge of the landscape. The mystery surrounding the Nazca lines has only grown in recent years, as new technology, such as LiDAR scanning and drone photography, has allowed researchers to uncover even more geoglyphs hidden beneath the desert floor. These advancements have revealed previously unknown figures and patterns, suggesting that the Nazca lines are even more extensive than originally believed. Some researchers now believe that the lines may have extended over hundreds, if not thousands, of miles, linking different parts of the desert and forming a vast network of sacred sites. This discovery has only deepened the mystery, as it suggests that the Nazca civilization may have had a far more complex and interconnected spiritual system than previously thought. Yet, despite the advances in technology, the purpose of the Nazca lines remains as elusive as ever. Theories abound, but definitive answers remain out of reach. The Nazca people, who once walked the arid plains of Peru, have long since disappeared, leaving only their vast geoglyphs as a testament to their ingenuity, spirituality, and mystery. The Nazca lines continue to inspire awe and wonder, a reminder of a lost civilization whose true story remains hidden beneath the sands of time. The enigma of the Nazca lines serves as a symbol of humanity's enduring quest to understand our past, to uncover the secrets of ancient civilizations, and to seek the deeper truths that lie beyond the visible world. As long as the lines remain etched into the desert, they will continue to captivate the imagination of all who seek to solve the riddle of the Nazca people. At the edge of the ancient world, in the dense jungles of Central America, lie the ruins of a civilization whose achievements were as grand as they were mysterious. The Maya civilization, once one of the most advanced societies of the ancient Americas, flourished in what is today southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. The Maya reached their peak between 250 and 900 CE, creating a world of remarkable achievements in mathematics, astronomy, architecture, and art. Yet, just as mysteriously as they rose to prominence, the Maya civilization began to decline in the 9th century, with many of their cities abandoned and their culture fragmented. The reasons behind this collapse remain one of the greatest mysteries in archaeological and historical studies, with experts offering a variety of theories, ranging from environmental factors to political strife and even the possibility of extraterrestrial intervention. But no matter the explanation, the Maya left behind an unparalleled legacy that continues to intrigue and captivate researchers and enthusiasts alike. The ancient Maya were not a single, unified empire, but rather a collection of city-states that spanned the region. These cities, such as Tikal, Palenque, Copan, and Chichen Itza, were vibrant centers of culture, politics, and religion. Each city-state was ruled by a king, often regarded as a divine figure, who presided over both spiritual and earthly matters. The Maya were a deeply religious people, and their belief system was centered around a complex pantheon of gods and supernatural forces. They believed that the world was in constant flux, governed by cycles of creation, destruction, and renewal, and that the gods influenced every aspect of daily life. Rituals, including human sacrifices, were conducted to honor these deities and to ensure the continued prosperity of the people. One of the most remarkable achievements of the Maya was their understanding of time and the cosmos. Unlike many ancient cultures, the Maya developed a sophisticated system of calendars that tracked the movement of celestial bodies with incredible accuracy. They created multiple calendars, each serving a different purpose, including the Tzolk'in, a 260-day sacred calendar, and the Hab, a 365-day solar calendar. The Maya also developed the long count calendar, which was used to measure longer periods of time and is famous for its association with the so-called 2012 prophecy. The long count calendar was based on a highly accurate understanding of the solar and lunar cycles, and its creators were able to calculate the movements of the planets and stars with remarkable precision. In addition to their astronomical achievements, the Maya were also skilled mathematicians. They developed a number system based on zero, a concept that was not used in Europe until the Middle Ages. This revolutionary mathematical concept allowed the Maya to perform complex calculations and to construct intricate architectural designs. Their buildings, temples, and pyramids are masterpieces of engineering, with many structures aligning with celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes. The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, for example, was designed so that during the spring and autumn equinoxes, a shadow cast by the setting sun forms the shape of a serpent descending the steps of the pyramid. This feat of engineering and astronomical alignment highlights the Mayas' advanced understanding of both architecture and celestial mechanics. But for all their brilliance, the Maya civilization began to experience a decline around the 8th and 9th centuries CE. Some cities, such as Tikal, Palenque, and Copan, were abandoned, while others, like Chichen Itza, continued to thrive for several centuries before eventually falling into decline. The reasons for this collapse have been the subject of much debate. Some scholars argue that the Maya were victims of their own success. Overpopulation, environmental degradation, and resource depletion may have led to widespread famine, social unrest, and the eventual collapse of the city-states. The Maya were heavily reliant on agriculture, particularly the cultivation of maize, and their societies may have become unsustainable due to deforestation, soil erosion, and overuse of the land. Others suggest that the decline of the Maya was driven by political factors. As the Maya civilization advanced, the competition between city-states for power and resources became more intense. War, territorial disputes, and the rise of powerful rival factions may have led to the destabilization of the region. The stele and other inscriptions found in the ruins of Maya cities often depict violent conflicts and the capture of rulers by rival kings. It is possible that these political struggles weakened the Maya and contributed to the collapse of the classic cities. Some scholars also point to the rise of new religious or ideological movements, which may have challenged the traditional religious and political structures of the Maya civilization. In addition to environmental and political factors, some researchers have suggested that the Maya collapse may have been caused by a climate catastrophe. Drought is often cited as a potential factor, as studies of ancient water systems and lake cores have revealed evidence of prolonged periods of drought during the time of the Maya collapse. The Maya were highly dependent on rain for their agricultural practices, and a prolonged drought could have caused crops to fail, leading to food shortages, social unrest, and the eventual abandonment of cities. The idea of a climate-induced collapse has gained traction in recent years, as scientists continue to study ancient climate data and compare it to the archaeological record. There are also more speculative theories about the Maya collapse. Some fringe researchers and enthusiasts have proposed that the Maya civilization may have been the victim of extraterrestrial influence or advanced technology that was either lost or destroyed. These theories often draw on the advanced nature of Maya astronomy, mathematics, and engineering, suggesting that the civilization may have had access to knowledge or technologies from otherworldly sources. While these theories are far from mainstream, they reflect the continued fascination with the Maya and their mysterious achievements. One of the most enduring mysteries of the Maya civilization is the question of their writing system. The Maya developed one of the most sophisticated writing systems in the ancient world, using hieroglyphs to record historical events, royal lineages, and astronomical data. The writing was primarily inscribed on stele, stone monuments, ceramics, and codices made from bark paper. The Maya script is a combination of pictorial symbols and phonetic elements, and it has only been partially deciphered. Over 500 Maya glyphs have been identified, but many remain a mystery. In recent years, scholars have made significant progress in deciphering the script, but much of it remains unread, leaving many aspects of Maya history and culture hidden in the glyphs. Some of these inscriptions may contain vital information about the Maya collapse, but until the script is fully understood, the true story remains elusive. Today, the ruins of the Maya civilization are a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of one of the greatest cultures in human history. Cities like Tikal, Palenque, and Uxmal have been partially restored and are open to the public, offering a glimpse into the past and a chance to marvel at the monumental achievements of the Maya people. However, the full extent of their civilization is still being uncovered, and new discoveries are made regularly. Researchers continue to explore Maya sites, uncovering lost cities, temples, and artifacts that offer new insights into their culture, technology, and decline. While the Maya civilization may have collapsed, its legacy endures. The descendants of the ancient Maya still live in the region today, and their culture continues to influence modern life in Central America. Many Maya communities preserve traditional practices, such as weaving, pottery making, and the use of indigenous languages. The spiritual beliefs of the ancient Maya also persist, with elements of their religious practices incorporated into modern-day indigenous religions. The mystery of the Maya civilization, from their rise to their eventual decline, remains one of the most compelling stories in the history of humanity. Their achievements in astronomy, mathematics, and architecture were far ahead of their time, and their legacy continues to inspire awe and wonder. The collapse of their civilization may never be fully understood, but the story of the Maya serves as a reminder of the fragility of human societies and the forces, whether environmental, political, or spiritual, that shape the rise and fall of civilizations. As we continue to uncover the secrets of the ancient Maya, we are reminded of the enduring power of human curiosity and the quest to understand the mysteries of the past. In the arid desert landscapes of modern-day Iraq, a haunting and enigmatic symbol of ancient human civilization remains buried beneath the earth. The Sumerians, one of the first great civilizations in history, flourished in this region, known as Mesopotamia, for over 2 millennia, from around 3500 BCE to 2000 BCE. Their innovations in writing, mathematics, astronomy, and governance laid the foundation for much of the modern world. But for all their contributions to human history, the origins and ultimate fate of the Sumerians remain shrouded in mystery, their achievements both awe-inspiring and enigmatic. What caused this once powerful civilization to eventually fade from the historical record? Was it warfare, environmental collapse, or something else entirely? The story of the Sumerians is one of human brilliance and fragility, a tale that continues to intrigue scholars and archaeologists who seek to uncover the truths about their rise, their peak, and their eventual fall. The Sumerians were the inhabitants of Sumer, the southernmost region of Mesopotamia, situated between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This fertile land, created by the river's annual flooding, provided the perfect conditions for the development of early agriculture. The Sumerians were the first known civilization to establish city-states, such as Uruk, Lagash, and Eridu, which became the center of political, economic, and religious life. Unlike earlier, more nomadic societies, the Sumerians began to settle in one place, allowing them to create permanent structures, develop complex social hierarchies, and form intricate trade networks. As the Sumerians adapted to their environment, they began to excel in various fields, including agriculture, art, architecture, and governance. One of the most groundbreaking achievements of the Sumerians was their development of writing. The Sumerian script, known as cuneiform, is widely regarded as the earliest form of writing in human history. The script, which was initially used for recording trade transactions and agricultural activities, evolved over time to encompass a wide range of subjects, including literature, law, and religion. The Sumerians used a stylus to press wedge-shaped marks into clay tablets, creating a system that allowed for the recording and preservation of information. The most famous example of Sumerian writing is the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known works of literature, which tells the story of a king's quest for immortality. Cuneiform writing opened the door to the recording of history and knowledge, making it possible for future generations to understand the lives and deeds of those who came before them. In addition to their mastery of writing, the Sumerians made significant advances in mathematics. They were among the first to develop a system of counting based on 60, which is still used today to measure time, 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. The Sumerians' base 60 numerical system also played a critical role in the development of geometry and astronomy. They were able to create detailed lunar calendars and track the movements of the stars, which influenced their agricultural practices and religious rituals. In fact, many of the Sumerians' religious ceremonies were tied to the phases of the moon and the positions of celestial bodies. This astronomical knowledge helped the Sumerians develop a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos, and it influenced later cultures, including the Babylonians and the ancient Egyptians. The Sumerians were also innovators in architecture. They constructed large, monumental structures known as ziggurats, stepped pyramids made of mud brick that served as temples to their gods. These ziggurats were not only impressive feats of engineering but also symbols of the Sumerians' devotion to their deities. The ziggurat at Ur, for example, stood over 100 feet tall and was dedicated to the moon god Nana. The construction of such monumental structures required advanced knowledge of engineering, labor management, and the use of large-scale resources, reflecting the Sumerians' organizational skills and their ability to harness the labor of thousands of workers. These architectural marvels were also deeply symbolic, representing the connection between the earth and the heavens. The ziggurats were designed to bring the worshippers closer to their gods, with temples at the top where priests conducted rituals and sacrifices. Religion played a central role in the lives of the Sumerians. They were polytheistic, believing in a vast pantheon of gods who controlled various aspects of nature and human life. The Sumerians viewed their gods as powerful, unpredictable beings who needed to be appeased through offerings, sacrifices, and elaborate rituals. The gods were thought to reside in the heavens, and the Sumerians believed that their rulers were chosen by the gods to serve as intermediaries between the divine and the earthly realms. Kings and priests were responsible for maintaining harmony between the gods and the people. They built grand temples and performed sacred rites to ensure the continued favor of the gods, which they believed would bring prosperity and protection. Despite their many achievements, the Sumerians eventually faced a number of challenges that led to the decline of their civilization. One of the most significant factors in the Sumerian decline was environmental degradation. The very rivers that had allowed the Sumerians to thrive in the early years of their civilization also contributed to their downfall. Over time, the Sumerians' extensive agricultural practices caused the soil to become saline, making it increasingly difficult to grow crops. Irrigation systems, which were once vital for agriculture, began to deteriorate as the river's flow became unpredictable, further exacerbating the problem. This environmental stress likely contributed to food shortages, famine, and social unrest, as the agricultural foundation of the Sumerian economy weakened. Another key factor in the decline of Sumer was the constant warring between city-states. As the Sumerian cities grew in wealth and power, competition for resources and control of trade routes intensified. The once unified civilization splintered into a collection of independent city-states, each vying for dominance. These city-states engaged in frequent warfare, which drained resources and destabilized the region. At various points in Sumerian history, powerful rulers like Sargon of Akkad attempted to unite the cities under one empire, but the fragile nature of Sumer's political structure made long-term unity difficult to achieve. Constant warfare and political fragmentation weakened the Sumerians and made them vulnerable to external threats. In addition to environmental and political factors, the Sumerians were also subjected to external invasions. The Akkadians, a Semitic-speaking people from the north, eventually conquered much of Sumer in the 24th century BCE, establishing the Akkadian Empire under the rule of Sargon. The Akkadians adopted many aspects of Sumerian culture, including their language and religious practices, but the conquest marked the beginning of the end for Sumer as an independent civilization. Over the centuries, the region was invaded by various other peoples, including the Elamites, Amorites, and eventually the Babylonians, who gradually absorbed Sumerian culture and replaced it with their own. By around 2000 BCE, the Sumerian cities had largely been abandoned, and their civilization faded into history. The reasons for this collapse are still debated by scholars, but it is clear that a combination of environmental factors, internal political strife, and external invasions contributed to the downfall of one of humanity's earliest and most influential civilizations. However, despite the collapse of the Sumerian civilization, their legacy continued to influence subsequent cultures. The Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians all adopted aspects of Sumerian culture, from their writing system to their religious practices, ensuring that the Sumerian legacy would live on in the civilizations that followed. In modern times, the story of the Sumerians continues to captivate historians, archaeologists, and scholars, as they seek to uncover the mysteries of this ancient civilization. Excavations in ancient cities like Uruk, and Lagash have provided valuable insights into the lives of the Sumerians, revealing intricate artifacts, elaborate burial sites, and detailed records of their daily lives. The discoveries at these sites have shed light on everything from Sumerian trade and economics to their religious beliefs and artistic achievements. However, much about the Sumerians remains elusive, and scholars continue to debate the causes of their decline and the full extent of their impact on the ancient world. The Sumerian civilization may have vanished, but its contributions to human progress remain foundational to the development of modern civilization. From the invention of writing and mathematics to the establishment of cities and the development of complex political systems, the Sumerians paved the way for future generations. Their legacy is not just a story of rise and fall, but a reminder of the enduring nature of human ingenuity, the fragility of civilizations, and the complex interplay of environmental, social, and political forces that shape the course of history. The mysteries of the Sumerians may never be fully solved, but their imprint on the history of humanity will continue to endure. Deep within the heart of the African continent, hidden beneath centuries of shifting sands, lies a forgotten wonder, Great Zimbabwe. A city-state that flourished from the 11th to the 15th centuries, Great Zimbabwe stands as one of the most remarkable architectural and cultural achievements of medieval Africa. Located in the southeastern part of present-day Zimbabwe, this ancient city was once the heart of a vast and prosperous civilization that controlled trade routes, dominated the region's political landscape, and developed an impressive array of architectural structures that still mystify historians and archaeologists today. Though it is widely acknowledged as one of Africa's greatest historical treasures, the rise and fall of Great Zimbabwe remain enshrouded in mystery, giving rise to numerous theories about its origins, its builders, and its ultimate collapse. The most striking feature of Great Zimbabwe is its incredible stone ruins, particularly the Great Enclosure and the Hill Complex. The Great Enclosure, a vast circular wall made of tightly fitting stones without mortar, stretches over 800 feet in circumference and rises to a height of 36 feet. Inside, the ruins of a once grand palace complex suggest that this area was reserved for the elite members of society. The Hill Complex, perched atop a granite hill, contains the remains of a large stone tower and a series of smaller buildings that appear to have served religious or ceremonial purposes. The ingenuity and precision required to construct these stone structures without the use of mortar or advanced tools is still a subject of awe and debate. How did the builders of Great Zimbabwe manage to create such impressive structures with simple tools, and what drove them to construct such monumental buildings? The construction of Great Zimbabwe's stone walls remains an unsolved puzzle. Unlike the advanced brickwork of other ancient civilizations, the stone walls of Great Zimbabwe are composed of rough-hewn granite blocks that fit together perfectly, without the use of mortar. The precision of the masonry is so exact that the walls have stood the test of time, enduring centuries of weathering and erosion. The stones used in the construction were not sourced from nearby quarries but were carefully transported from distant locations, suggesting that the builders had a deep knowledge of engineering and logistics. Despite the absence of written records from the civilization itself, the remains of these structures offer a clear glimpse into the architectural sophistication of Great Zimbabwe's builders. While the architecture is undoubtedly one of the most impressive aspects of Great Zimbabwe, it is not the only mystery surrounding the civilization. The city's economy was heavily reliant on trade, particularly the exchange of gold, ivory, and other precious commodities. Great Zimbabwe controlled access to valuable gold deposits found in the region, and its traders established connections with far-flung civilizations along the Indian Ocean coast. Arab traders, who had established trading routes along the Swahili coast, would exchange goods such as textiles, ceramics, and beads for gold and ivory from Great Zimbabwe. The city was strategically located along these trade routes, making it a crucial hub for commerce between Africa's interior and the rest of the world. The wealth generated by trade in gold and ivory is believed to have fueled the prosperity of Great Zimbabwe, allowing the city to grow into a powerful kingdom that commanded influence over vast regions of southern Africa. Evidence of this wealth can be seen in the artifacts found at the site, including intricate gold jewelry, fine pottery, and large quantities of imported goods. The evidence suggests that Great Zimbabwe was a major player in the regional trade networks, and its rulers enjoyed immense power and influence. However, the question of how this power was maintained, and the exact structure of the society that built Great Zimbabwe, remains a mystery. Who were the rulers of this ancient city, and how did they maintain their control over such a vast and diverse population? The social structure of Great Zimbabwe is also the subject of much speculation. While the elite class likely lived within the impressive stone structures of the Great Enclosure and the Hill Complex, the majority of the population likely resided in smaller, less elaborate dwellings made of wattle and daub. These houses, which have since decayed, were likely clustered in separate sections of the city, with each section belonging to different clans or families. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of a highly organized society, with clear distinctions between the elite and the common people, but the exact nature of the political and social organization remains unclear. Was Great Zimbabwe ruled by a single king or chief, or was it governed by a council of leaders? How did the city's rulers manage to exert control over the vast region surrounding it? The decline of Great Zimbabwe remains one of the most enigmatic aspects of its history. By the end of the 15th century, the city was abandoned, and its once great civilization began to fade into obscurity. Several theories have been proposed to explain the collapse of Great Zimbabwe, ranging from environmental factors such as drought and soil depletion to political instability and the breakdown of trade networks. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the overexploitation of the land's resources, particularly the overgrazing of cattle and the depletion of soil nutrients due to intensive farming, led to environmental degradation. As the land became less fertile and the food supply dwindled, social unrest likely followed. This, combined with the decline of trade networks in the region, may have contributed to the eventual collapse of the city. Another theory suggests that the collapse of Great Zimbabwe was due to political upheaval or external invasion. It is believed that by the late 15th century, the Mutapa kingdom to the north of Great Zimbabwe had begun to rise in power, potentially leading to conflict between the two states. Some historians argue that the rulers of Great Zimbabwe may have been overthrown by rival factions within the city or that an external force, such as the Portuguese, who began exploring the African coast in the late 15th century, played a role in the city's downfall. However, there is no concrete evidence to support these theories, and the true reasons for the collapse of Great Zimbabwe remain shrouded in uncertainty. In the centuries following the decline of Great Zimbabwe, the city remained largely forgotten. It wasn't until the late 19th century that European explorers and archaeologists rediscovered the ruins of the city. During the colonial period, the origins of Great Zimbabwe were hotly contested, with some Western scholars attributing its construction to foreign civilizations, such as the Phoenicians or the ancient Egyptians, rather than acknowledging that the indigenous African peoples could have created such an advanced society. This colonial narrative was later challenged by African scholars who pointed to the indigenous nature of Great Zimbabwe's architecture and culture, helping to reclaim the history of the civilization for the descendants of those who built it. Today, Great Zimbabwe is recognized as one of the most important cultural and historical sites in Africa. It was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1986, and its ruins continue to attract tourists, scholars, and archaeologists from around the world. The site is an enduring testament to the ingenuity and resilience of the people who built it, as well as a symbol of the rich cultural heritage of southern Africa. Despite the mysteries surrounding its rise and fall, Great Zimbabwe's legacy as one of the greatest civilizations of ancient Africa endures, inspiring future generations to explore and understand the complexities of Africa's past. The mystery of Great Zimbabwe serves as a reminder that the history of Africa is full of ancient wonders and civilizations that are often overlooked or misunderstood. For centuries, the achievements of African societies have been overshadowed by the narratives of European history. Yet, the ruins of Great Zimbabwe stand as a testament to the skill, creativity, and resilience of a people who were not only capable of building grand cities and monumental structures but also of shaping the course of history long before colonial powers arrived on the continent. Great Zimbabwe is not just a relic of the past, it is a powerful symbol of Africa's rich history, reminding us that the story of human civilization is far more diverse and complex than we have often been taught. Hidden beneath the surface of the Mediterranean, in a region where ancient civilizations once thrived, lies the mysterious and captivating remains of Atlantis, a lost city that has captivated imaginations for millennia. First mentioned by the philosopher Plato around 360 BCE, Atlantis has become the archetype of a lost, advanced civilization that vanished into the sea. Despite numerous theories and research, the city's existence remains unproven, yet its allure continues to haunt the world. Atlantis, described by Plato as a powerful, technologically advanced society that once dominated the world before mysteriously disappearing, has left a trail of speculation that stretches far beyond the pages of ancient texts. But is it a myth, or is there a kernel of truth hidden within Plato's allegory? Plato first introduces Atlantis in his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias. In these writings, he tells the story of the rise and fall of a mighty civilization located on an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. According to Plato, Atlantis was a large, prosperous island nation that existed about 9,000 years before his own time. The Atlanteans, described as an advanced and militaristic society, built monumental structures, including great temples and palaces, and boasted advanced technology. Their wealth and power were unmatched, and they ruled over several neighboring islands and regions. However, as the story goes, the Atlanteans grew arrogant and corrupt, angering the gods. In a single day and night of misfortune, Atlantis was submerged into the ocean, lost forever to history. Plato's account of Atlantis has long been a source of fascination and mystery. The dramatic narrative of a powerful, utopian civilization falling from grace, disappearing beneath the waves, appeals to our imagination and has fueled countless theories about where Atlantis might have existed and why it vanished. Some scholars believe Plato's tale was entirely fictional, an allegory meant to teach moral lessons about the dangers of pride, greed, and hubris. Others, however, have suggested that the story is based on historical events, and that Atlantis could represent a real civilization that suffered a catastrophic downfall. So, what is the truth behind Atlantis? Could it have been a real place, or is it just a myth passed down through the ages? Over the centuries, many theories have been proposed about the location of Atlantis. One of the most popular suggestions is that Atlantis was located in the Mediterranean Sea, specifically around the Greek islands or the Aegean region. The idea that Atlantis was a real place is compelling, especially when considering the rich and diverse cultures that once flourished in this part of the world. Some researchers have pointed to the island of Santorini as a possible candidate for the location of Atlantis. Santorini, known in ancient times as Thera, experienced a catastrophic volcanic eruption around 1600 BCE. The eruption destroyed the thriving Minoan civilization on the island, and it is believed that the eruption caused massive tsunamis, which could have led to the disappearance of a civilization, similar to the fate described by Plato. The similarities between the destruction of the Minoan civilization and the story of Atlantis have led many to propose that Santorini is the lost island of Plato's myth. Another theory places Atlantis in the region of Crete, where the Minoan civilization once flourished. The Minoans were known for their advanced technologies, trade networks, and artistic achievements, and their civilization experienced a dramatic decline around the same time that Plato described Atlantis disappearing. Some suggest that the Minoans, with their sophisticated culture and maritime dominance, may have inspired Plato's tale of Atlantis. However, despite the intriguing parallels, there is no direct evidence linking the Minoans to the story of Atlantis, and the search for a definitive location continues to be elusive. Some scholars believe that Atlantis could be located in the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. The name, Atlantis, itself is derived from the Greek word Atlantis Nisos, meaning, Island of Atlas, referring to the ancient Titan who was said to hold up the sky. This interpretation has led some to suggest that Atlantis was located in the Azores, a group of islands in the mid-Atlantic. These islands, while not the massive continent that Plato described, are the subject of speculation due to their geographical location and the remnants of ancient structures found in the region. The idea that Atlantis was located in the Atlantic Ocean continues to be a popular one, despite the lack of definitive evidence. Yet another theory places Atlantis in the Caribbean Sea, specifically around the area of the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle, an area marked by mysterious disappearances of ships and planes, has long been the subject of intrigue and speculation. Some proponents of the Atlantis theory suggest that the lost city could be buried beneath the waters of the Bermuda Triangle, possibly destroyed by some ancient cataclysmic event. The idea of a sunken city in the Bermuda Triangle has been popularized by various fringe theories, but no scientific evidence has been found to support this claim. While the search for Atlantis continues, it is important to consider why Plato's story has captivated so many for centuries. There are clear parallels between the story of Atlantis and the myths of other ancient cultures. In many ancient cultures, there are tales of advanced civilizations that were destroyed due to moral failings or divine punishment. These stories serve as cautionary tales, reminding us of the dangers of arrogance and excess. Plato's Atlantis, with its riches and power, serves as a perfect metaphor for a civilization that rose too high and was punished for its hubris. Plato's account of Atlantis has also inspired ideas about lost technologies and forgotten knowledge. In the centuries following the publication of Plato's writings, many theorists have speculated that Atlantis was home to advanced technologies far beyond what was known in the ancient world. Some have suggested that the Atlanteans had access to energy sources or mechanical devices that were lost when the city was destroyed. This idea was popularized by 19th-century writers like Ignatius Donnelly, who proposed that Atlantis was the source of all human knowledge and technology. While these ideas remain speculative and unsupported by evidence, they have contributed to the enduring fascination with the city. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Atlantis myth is the idea that the lost city contains hidden knowledge that, if rediscovered, could radically change our understanding of history and technology. The notion of ancient, forgotten wisdom has been a consistent theme throughout history, with many cultures believing that the knowledge of the past holds the key to unlocking the future. Some believe that Atlantis was a society that had mastered not only advanced engineering and construction techniques but also a deep understanding of spiritual and scientific principles. According to some interpretations of the myth, the Atlanteans were capable of harnessing forces of nature in ways that we have long forgotten. Despite the numerous theories and the widespread fascination with Atlantis, there is no concrete evidence to support the existence of the city as described by Plato. Archaeologists have searched the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, and beyond, but no definitive evidence has been found to confirm the existence of Atlantis. However, this does not mean that the search is over. New technologies, such as satellite imaging and underwater archaeology, continue to open up possibilities for discovering lost civilizations, and it is possible that one day, some fragment of evidence may be uncovered that sheds light on the truth behind Atlantis. The allure of Atlantis lies not only in the mystery of its location but also in the timeless appeal of the unknown. For centuries, the story of Atlantis has embodied humanity's desire for exploration, discovery, and understanding of the past. The idea of a lost civilization, once so advanced and powerful, sparks our imagination and reminds us that the history of the world is filled with secrets yet to be discovered. Whether or not Atlantis ever existed is a question that may never be answered, but the legend of the lost city will continue to inspire those who search for truth, mystery, and the lost secrets of the ancient world. Deep in the vast jungles of Cambodia, buried beneath centuries of dense vegetation and the weight of history, lies one of the most astonishing and mysterious archaeological sites in the world, Angkor Wat. This grand temple complex, located near the modern city of Siem Reap, is not only a stunning architectural achievement but also a source of endless fascination, mystery, and speculation. The largest religious monument ever constructed, Angkor Wat was originally built as a Hindu temple dedicated to the god Vishnu, but over time, it transformed into a Buddhist temple. Despite its awe-inspiring grandeur and the wealth of knowledge it has provided about the ancient Khmer Empire, the story behind Angkor Wat's construction, its purpose, and its eventual decline remains shrouded in mystery. Why did this magnificent civilization, capable of such monumental feats, eventually disappear into the pages of history? And why was this massive complex abandoned, even as the empire that created it crumbled? The story of Angkor Wat begins in the early 12th century, during the reign of King Suryavarman II. At the height of his power, King Suryavarman II embarked on a grand vision, creating a temple that would not only serve as a place of worship but also as a symbol of the Khmer Empire's power and divine connection to the gods. The temple complex, dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu, was designed to represent the mythical Mount Meru, the center of the Hindu universe, with its towering central spires symbolizing the mountain's peaks and its surrounding moat representing the ocean that encircles the universe. The architecture of Angkor Wat, with its intricate carvings, massive stone structures, and complex layout, reflects the sophisticated engineering, artistic skill, and religious devotion of the Khmer people. Construction of the temple took several decades, utilizing an estimated workforce of tens of thousands of laborers, artisans, and architects. The temple is made of sandstone, with most of the blocks sourced from a quarry some 50 kilometers away. The stones were transported using a combination of human labor, elephants, and rudimentary tools, highlighting the sheer scale of the project. Each block of stone was carefully carved and shaped to fit perfectly into the complex's design, and the detailed bas-reliefs on the walls tell stories from Hindu mythology, depicting gods, demons, and epic battles. The craftsmanship on display is staggering, with every inch of the temple covered in detailed artwork that represents the Khmer Empire's grandeur and religious devotion. Despite its religious and cultural significance, Angkor Wat is not just a symbol of the Khmer Empire's power, it is also a symbol of the empire's decline. As the centuries passed, the empire that had created this masterpiece began to falter. The decline of the Khmer Empire remains one of the great mysteries of history. What happened to such a powerful and sophisticated civilization? How did the builders of one of the world's greatest architectural wonders lose their empire and fade from history? The answers are elusive, but there are several theories that attempt to explain the fall of the Khmer Empire and the abandonment of Angkor Wat. One of the most widely accepted theories about the collapse of the Khmer Empire is the role of environmental factors. The Khmer civilization, like many ancient cultures, was deeply reliant on agriculture, particularly the cultivation of rice. The region around Angkor Wat was part of an extensive network of irrigation systems, including reservoirs, canals, and waterworks, which allowed the empire to support a large population and maintain its power. However, evidence suggests that by the 14th and 15th centuries, the climate in the region began to shift. A series of prolonged droughts, combined with periods of heavy monsoon rains, may have disrupted the delicate balance of the Khmer irrigation system. Flooding and soil erosion could have rendered the land less productive, leading to food shortages and economic collapse. The empire's inability to adapt to these changing environmental conditions may have contributed significantly to its decline. Another theory for the fall of Angkor Wat and the Khmer Empire involves political instability. As the empire expanded, it became increasingly difficult to govern such a vast and diverse territory. The central authority weakened, and internal conflicts and power struggles among the elite may have destabilized the empire. Inscriptions on stone and bas-reliefs suggest that there were political struggles, including conflicts between the royal family and powerful factions within the court. These struggles could have undermined the unity of the empire and led to a decline in centralized control. As the political situation deteriorated, it is possible that neighboring kingdoms, such as the Siamese, Thai, and Vietnamese kingdoms, took advantage of the weakened state of the Khmer Empire, leading to military incursions and the eventual abandonment of the Angkor region. Another contributing factor to the fall of Angkor Wat and the Khmer Empire could have been the rise of Buddhism as the dominant religion in Southeast Asia. Originally, Angkor Wat was built as a Hindu temple dedicated to Vishnu, but over time, as Buddhism spread through the region, the temple complex underwent a transformation. In the 14th century, a shift in religious and political power began to occur, with the Khmer kings adopting Theravada Buddhism and slowly moving away from Hinduism. This transition in religious practices may have weakened the power of the Hindu elite and destabilized the spiritual foundations of the empire. Furthermore, the rise of Buddhism, with its emphasis on simplicity and modesty, may have led to a re-evaluation of the grandeur and excesses represented by the massive construction projects such as Angkor Wat. Despite these theories, no single explanation can account for the full scope of the Khmer Empire's collapse. Instead, it seems likely that a combination of environmental, political, and religious factors contributed to the slow decline of the empire. The final blow came in the late 15th century, when Angkor, once a bustling metropolis, was abandoned by its inhabitants. The decline of the Khmer Empire marked the end of an era, and the once thriving city of Angkor was slowly reclaimed by the surrounding jungle. For centuries, the ruins of Angkor Wat lay hidden and forgotten, with the once great city slowly overtaken by nature. It wasn't until the 19th century that the site was rediscovered by European explorers, most notably the French naturalist Henri Mouhot. His accounts of Angkor Wat and the surrounding ruins sparked a renewed interest in the site and led to extensive archaeological excavations and restorations. Today, Angkor Wat stands as a symbol of Cambodia's cultural and national identity, attracting millions of visitors from around the world who come to marvel at its beauty and contemplate its mysterious past. Yet, despite the restoration efforts and the continued fascination with Angkor Wat, many of the mysteries surrounding the temple complex and the Khmer Empire remain unresolved. Archaeologists and historians continue to explore the site, uncovering new artifacts, inscriptions, and evidence that provide clues to the daily life and culture of the Khmer people. However, the true reasons behind the empire's rise and fall are likely to remain elusive. The mysteries surrounding Angkor Wat and the Khmer Empire are a reminder of the complexity and fragility of human civilizations. Great civilizations rise, flourish, and eventually decline, leaving behind monumental achievements that stand as testaments to human creativity and ambition. Today, Angkor Wat remains a powerful symbol of human achievement, a reminder of the heights to which human civilization can soar, and a monument to the lasting legacy of the Khmer people. As researchers continue to explore the mysteries of the site, there is hope that new discoveries will shed light on the secrets of the ancient Khmer Empire and help us better understand the forces that shape the rise and fall of civilizations. Whether through environmental shifts, political upheaval, or the passage of time, the story of Angkor Wat serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of even the greatest empires and the enduring power of human ingenuity to create something lasting and extraordinary. In the remote, inhospitable landscapes of the Atacama Desert in Chile, one of the world's most arid regions, there lies a site of incredible mystery and significance, Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, as it is known to its indigenous people. The island is famous worldwide for its enigmatic, giant stone statues known as moai, but the mysteries of Easter Island go far beyond these massive carvings. The history of the island, its people, and their rise to power, as well as their ultimate fall, is a story that has perplexed historians, archaeologists, and explorers for centuries. How did a small, isolated society on a remote island in the Pacific Ocean build such an impressive and sophisticated culture? And what caused their eventual collapse? Easter Island is one of the most isolated places on Earth, lying over 2,000 miles from the nearest continent. Despite its isolation, the island was once home to a vibrant civilization that thrived for centuries. The most iconic feature of Easter Island is the moai statues, which can be found scattered across the island. These statues, some of which weigh several tons and stand over 30 feet tall, were carved from volcanic rock and represent the island's ancestors and deified rulers. The moai were placed on ceremonial platforms called ahu, which were used for religious rituals and ancestral worship. The construction of these statues required a highly organized society with advanced knowledge of carving, transport, and engineering. The sheer scale of the effort involved in creating and moving these massive statues raises many questions. How did the people of Easter Island manage to accomplish such feats, and what was the purpose behind the creation of these statues? The moai statues have long been a subject of fascination and speculation. The island's native people, the Rapa Nui, are believed to have arrived on Easter Island sometime around 800–1200 CE, likely from the Marquesas Islands or another part of Polynesia. Over the centuries, they developed a unique and complex culture centered around the worship of their ancestors, who were believed to have the power to influence the fate of the living. The moai statues were seen as physical representations of these ancestors and were placed on ahu platforms to honor them. Each moai was designed to capture the essence of a specific ancestor or ruler, with the statue's facial features and expressions reflecting the individual they represented. The construction of the moai was a monumental task. The Rapa Nui carved the statues from volcanic tuff, a porous material found in the Reno Raraku crater, which served as the quarry for most of the moai. Once the statues were carved, they were transported from the quarry to their final destinations on the island, where they were placed on ceremonial platforms. The process of moving these massive statues, some of which weighed several tons, remains one of the most perplexing aspects of Easter Island's history. The Rapa Nui did not have large animals like oxen or horses to assist with the transportation, nor did they possess the wheel or any other advanced technology. Despite these limitations, they managed to transport the statues over long distances, and some of them were placed on Ahu platforms that were located in remote parts of the island. One of the most famous theories about how the Rapa Nui moved the statues is the idea that they used a system of ropes to walk the statues to their locations. According to this theory, workers would wrap ropes around the statues and use coordinated movements to tilt the statues forward, causing them to walk in a rocking motion. This method, known as the walking theory, has been supported by experimental archaeology, with researchers demonstrating that it is possible to move statues in this way with a large group of people working together. While this theory provides a plausible explanation for how the statues were transported, questions remain about how the Rapa Nui managed to carve such large statues and transport them over the rough terrain of the island without the benefit of advanced tools or machinery. The construction of the Moai statues and the sophisticated culture surrounding them suggest that Easter Island was once home to a highly organized and prosperous society. The Rapa Nui built an elaborate network of ceremonial platforms, roads, and villages, and their economy was based on the cultivation of crops such as sweet potatoes, taro, and yams, as well as the raising of domesticated animals like chickens. The island's society was hierarchical, with the high chiefs and priests at the top, followed by the skilled artisans and commoners. The Rapa Nui had a complex system of religious beliefs and rituals, centered around ancestor worship, fertility rites, and the veneration of natural forces such as the sun, moon, and stars. However, as the centuries passed, the once thriving civilization of Easter Island began to decline. The causes of this decline are the subject of much debate, but several factors likely contributed to the island's eventual collapse. One of the most significant factors was environmental degradation. The Rapa Nui's agricultural practices, combined with the island's isolation and limited resources, led to the overexploitation of the land. The island's once lush forests were cleared to make way for agriculture, and the trees were also used to transport the Moai statues. As the forests disappeared, the soil eroded, and the island's ability to sustain its population diminished. The loss of the trees also meant that the Rapa Nui no longer had the wood needed for canoes, which were essential for fishing and trade. As a result, the Rapa Nui became increasingly dependent on a dwindling food supply, leading to widespread famine and social unrest. Another contributing factor to the collapse of Easter Island's civilization was internal conflict. As resources became scarce and the population grew, competition for land and power increased. The once unified society of Easter Island fragmented into rival factions, with different clans fighting for control of the island's resources. The construction of the Moai, which had once been a symbol of unity and religious devotion, became a point of contention. As the competition for power escalated, the Rapa Nui stopped constructing and maintaining the Moai statues, and many of the existing statues were toppled or destroyed. In addition to internal conflict and environmental degradation, Easter Island was also subject to external pressures. In the 18th century, European explorers and slave traders arrived on the island, disrupting the Rapa Nui's way of life. The arrival of Europeans brought with it diseases, such as smallpox, that decimated the native population. Additionally, the Europeans took many of the island's people as slaves, further weakening the society and accelerating its collapse. By the time the island was annexed by Chile in the late 19th century, the once thriving civilization of Easter Island had been reduced to a shadow of its former self. Today, the remnants of Easter Island's once great civilization stand as a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of the Rapa Nui people. The Moai statues, although many are toppled or damaged, continue to capture the imagination of people around the world. Archaeologists and researchers continue to study the island, seeking to uncover the secrets of its past and understand the forces that led to its rise and fall. The story of Easter Island serves as a cautionary tale of the dangers of environmental destruction, overexploitation of resources, and internal division. It also reminds us of the fragility of civilizations and the resilience of the human spirit. Despite the challenges faced by the Rapa Nui, the island remains a symbol of their cultural legacy. Today, Easter Island is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and attracts thousands of visitors each year. The Moai statues continue to stand as silent sentinels, guarding the memories of a lost civilization. As modern society grapples with issues of sustainability and environmental conservation, the lessons of Easter Island are more relevant than ever. The fate of the Rapa Nui serves as a reminder that the rise and fall of civilizations are often intertwined with the way in which they interact with the natural world. The mystery of Easter Island continues to captivate us, inviting us to reflect on the choices we make and the legacies we leave behind. In the deep recesses of South America, hidden amidst the mountains of modern-day Peru, lies a marvel of ancient engineering and architecture, one that continues to astound and mystify archaeologists and explorers alike: Machu Picchu. This iconic Incan city, perched high in the Andes, has become synonymous with the ancient Inca Empire, a civilization known for its remarkable advancements in agriculture, architecture, and governance. Yet, despite its prominence and the extensive research conducted over the years, the true purpose of Machu Picchu remains a subject of heated debate. Was it a royal retreat, a religious sanctuary, or something else entirely? And how did a people, without the wheel or any iron tools, construct such a complex and enduring structure, high above the sacred valley, in such a rugged and inhospitable landscape? The mystery of Machu Picchu begins with its discovery in 1911 by the American historian and explorer Hiram Bingham. Though local people were aware of its existence, it was Bingham's expedition that brought the site to global attention. Nestled between steep cliffs and surrounded by dense jungle, Machu Picchu had been concealed from the outside world for centuries. The site, a sprawling network of terraces, temples, palaces, and plazas, is perched at an altitude of over 7,900 feet above sea level, in a location so remote that it seems almost intentionally hidden. Its construction, the alignment of its structures, and its strategic position all suggest a deep understanding of the natural world and the cosmos, one that was far beyond the capabilities of many ancient civilizations. The construction of Machu Picchu is a testament to the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the Inca people. Unlike the civilizations of the Old World, who employed large-scale construction techniques involving cranes, wheels, and draft animals, the Incas built their monumental city with incredibly sophisticated stonework, using only simple tools and their knowledge of the land. The stones used in the construction of Machu Picchu were quarried from the nearby mountains, and they fit together so perfectly that even modern machinery cannot separate them. The precision of the stonework is so exact that the buildings have withstood earthquakes, floods, and centuries of neglect. The Incas did not use mortar to hold the stones in place. Instead, they relied on a technique called ashlar masonry, where stones were cut to fit tightly together, creating a structure that was both durable and flexible. The fact that the buildings remain standing today is a testament to the skill and expertise of Incan masons. Machu Picchu's location is another element that adds to its mystery. The site is situated on a mountaintop between two towering peaks, Huayna Picchu and Machu Picchu, and overlooks the Urubamba River below. This positioning is not only strategic for defense but also imbues the site with a sense of cosmic significance. Many researchers believe that the location of Machu Picchu was deliberately chosen for its alignment with the natural and spiritual world. The site is aligned with key astronomical features, such as the sun's solstices, and it is believed to have had ceremonial significance. During the winter solstice, for example, the sun would shine directly through the Intihuatana stone, a ritual stone that the Incas used to mark the sun's movements. The stone's name, Intihuatana, roughly translates to hitching post of the sun, and it is believed to have been used by the Incas for astronomical and religious purposes, to track the sun's movements and perhaps even to make predictions. The importance of the sun in Inca religion cannot be overstated. The sun was worshipped as the most important god, Inti, and it is clear that Machu Picchu played a role in this religious framework. Despite being hidden from the outside world for centuries, Machu Picchu was never truly lost, in the sense that some other ancient cities have been. In fact, the Inca Emperor Pachacuti, who reigned during the 15th century, is often credited with having ordered the construction of the site. Some scholars believe that Machu Picchu was a royal retreat, a place where Pachacuti could escape the pressures of governance and enjoy the beauty and peace of nature. Others suggest that the site was a sacred sanctuary, dedicated to the worship of the sun god Inti. Still, others propose that it was an astronomical observatory, used for tracking celestial movements and marking important dates on the Inca calendar. There is also evidence that Machu Picchu was an agricultural hub, with its carefully terraced slopes used for the cultivation of maize, potatoes, and other crops, all of which were vital to the Inca diet. The terraces themselves are a testament to the Incas' agricultural ingenuity, as they were designed to conserve water and prevent soil erosion in the steep, mountainous environment. One of the most compelling aspects of Machu Picchu is its remarkable engineering. The site is a marvel of Incan construction techniques, with intricate terraces, precise stonework, and complex water management systems. The Incas built a sophisticated network of aqueducts, channels, and fountains to bring water to the site, demonstrating their advanced understanding of hydrology. They also designed the site to be earthquake-resistant, using techniques that allowed the structures to flex and absorb the shock of seismic activity. The ingenuity of the Incas in adapting their architecture to the natural environment is one of the reasons that Machu Picchu has remained remarkably intact over the centuries. The site is also a testament to the Incas' ability to transform the landscape, not only for functional purposes but also for symbolic ones. The terracing system used at Machu Picchu was designed to mimic the natural landscape of the Andes, creating a harmonious relationship between nature and civilization. However, despite its grandeur and complexity, the purpose of Machu Picchu remains an ongoing puzzle. While the theories about the site's function range from royal retreat to religious sanctuary to agricultural center, no single explanation has yet gained universal acceptance. Some have argued that Machu Picchu was not just a functional city but also a symbolic one, representing the power and divine authority of the Inca Empire. The layout of the site, with its carefully planned plazas, temples, and sacred spaces, suggests that the Incas saw their relationship with the natural world as sacred and integral to their identity. The stone structures, the terraces, and the sacred sites at Machu Picchu were all designed to embody the Inca worldview, one that saw the cosmos, the earth, and humanity as interconnected and sacred. The collapse of the Inca Empire in the early 16th century, following the arrival of Spanish conquistadors, marks another chapter in the story of Machu Picchu. It is believed that the site was abandoned around the same time that the Spanish began their conquest of the Inca Empire. The reasons for this abandonment remain unclear, but some theories suggest that the Spanish either never discovered the site or simply destroyed it as part of their effort to eradicate Incan culture. Another possibility is that the Incas, realizing that their empire was falling to the Spanish, chose to abandon Machu Picchu as a retreat from the impending conquest. Regardless of the reasons, the site was left to be overtaken by the jungle, where it would remain hidden from the outside world for centuries, until Bingham's rediscovery. Since its rediscovery, Machu Picchu has become one of the most visited tourist destinations in the world, drawing millions of visitors each year. Despite the attention it has garnered, the site continues to yield new discoveries, and there is still much to learn about the lives of the people who lived there and the true purpose of the site. Archaeologists continue to explore the site, using advanced technologies such as ground-penetrating radar and laser scanning to uncover hidden chambers, structures, and artifacts. Each new discovery brings us closer to understanding the mysteries of Machu Picchu, but many questions remain unanswered. Was Machu Picchu a royal retreat, a sacred center, or a combination of both? How did the Incas build such an impressive city without the advanced tools and technology that we take for granted today? And why, after centuries of prosperity, did the city fall into disuse and obscurity? Machu Picchu is more than just an archaeological site, it is a symbol of the extraordinary achievements of the Inca civilization. It stands as a testament to the ingenuity, vision, and determination of the Inca people, who built one of the most advanced societies in pre-Columbian America. The site's beauty, complexity, and historical significance continue to captivate the world, offering a glimpse into a civilization that flourished in one of the most remote and rugged parts of the world. Despite its abandonment, Machu Picchu endures as one of the greatest achievements of ancient engineering, a place where the natural world and human civilization meet in a harmony that continues to inspire wonder and awe. The mysteries of Machu Picchu are far from solved, but its allure, both as a marvel of architecture and as a symbol of the Inca Empire's legacy, will continue to captivate the imaginations of people for generations to come. Deep in the heart of the Amazon rainforest, where the thick, verdant canopy shields the earth below from the sun, lies one of the most puzzling and enigmatic archaeological discoveries of the modern era, the lost city of the Amazon. Known to some as Z, the legend of this mythical city has been the subject of intense speculation and intrigue for centuries, with countless explorers and archaeologists searching for its fabled remains. It's a tale filled with ambition, failure, and obsession, where truth and myth intertwine so seamlessly that it's difficult to distinguish one from the other. But what if the stories of lost cities hidden within the dense jungles of South America were not just fantasy or legend, but instead remnants of civilizations long forgotten, and a clue to the extent of ancient human ingenuity in the Amazon? The story of the lost city of Z began in the early 20th century, when British explorer Percy Harrison Fawcett first ventured into the Amazon in search of an ancient city, which he believed was buried somewhere in the wilderness. Fawcett was a seasoned explorer, a man who had seen much of the world and had already mapped parts of South America for the British government. But it was the mystery of the Amazon, the untamed, uncharted wilderness, that captivated his imagination. After years of studying the region and gathering evidence from indigenous tribes and early explorers, Fawcett became convinced that a great city, which he called Z, lay somewhere in the remote corners of the rainforest, hidden from the world's eyes. The exact location was unclear, but Fawcett believed that Z was a city of unimaginable wealth and sophistication, one that could rival the great civilizations of the Old World. Fawcett's obsession with finding Z became all-consuming. He believed that ancient civilizations existed deep within the Amazon, civilizations far more advanced than previously thought. At the time, most historians and archaeologists believed that the Amazon was a sparsely populated, primitive region, unsuitable for large-scale civilization. The idea that complex societies could have thrived in such an environment was dismissed by many. However, Fawcett's theory challenged this conventional wisdom. He theorized that the city of Z had been built by a sophisticated people who had adapted to the harsh conditions of the jungle, creating a thriving civilization with monumental architecture, advanced agricultural systems, and intricate urban planning. To find this city, Fawcett embarked on a series of expeditions into the Amazon, mapping uncharted territories and searching for any sign of the lost city. In 1920, Fawcett made his first attempt to locate Z, armed with maps, photographs, and the knowledge he had acquired from indigenous tribes. He set off on an expedition deep into the heart of the Amazon. Over the next few years, he made several more trips, each time going further into the jungle in search of clues. Fawcett reported that he had uncovered signs of ancient civilizations, such as traces of human settlements, roads, and agricultural systems that appeared to be much older than the modern tribes he encountered. He also encountered strange ruins and mysterious artifacts, which fueled his belief that Z was close by. But despite his efforts, Fawcett was never able to pinpoint the exact location of the city. In 1925, Fawcett and his son Jack disappeared during an expedition into the jungle, never to be heard from again. Their disappearance remains one of the greatest mysteries of exploration, and their fate is still the subject of speculation to this day. Some believe that they were killed by hostile tribes, while others think they became lost in the vast, impenetrable jungle. But no trace of Fawcett or his son was ever found. Fawcett's disappearance did not end the mystery of Z. In fact, his tragic end only fueled the legend of the lost city, inspiring a new generation of explorers, archaeologists, and adventurers to seek out the fabled city. Over the decades that followed, many expeditions were launched in an attempt to locate the lost city. However, the dense jungle, the treacherous rivers, and the hostile environment made the task nearly impossible. The Amazon rainforest is a vast, untamed wilderness, where even the most advanced technology can be rendered useless by the sheer inaccessibility of the terrain. Yet despite these challenges, there were tantalizing glimpses that hinted at the existence of something extraordinary. In the 1990s, a breakthrough came in the form of aerial surveys and LiDAR, light detection and ranging, technology, which allowed archaeologists to map the landscape from above. Using LiDAR, researchers were able to see through the thick canopy of the rainforest and detect ancient structures buried beneath the foliage. What they uncovered was startling: a series of vast, intricate networks of roads, walls, and enclosures, some of which appeared to be thousands of years old. These discoveries suggested that the Amazon had once been home to complex civilizations, and that the traditional view of the region as an uninhabitable wilderness was fundamentally flawed. The findings gave new life to Fawcett's theory and suggested that the lost city of Z, if it ever existed, might not have been a myth after all. But while the evidence pointed to the existence of ancient civilizations in the Amazon, it did not provide definitive proof of Fawcett's Z. Some researchers believe that the ruins and structures uncovered by LiDAR were evidence of a large network of settlements and cities that spanned the Amazon, rather than a single, grand city. The geoglyphs of the Amazon, for example, revealed intricate earthworks and geometric patterns that seemed to be the remnants of ancient agricultural systems and ceremonial sites. These discoveries pointed to a highly organized and sophisticated society, but it was unclear whether this civilization had a single, central city or whether it consisted of many interconnected smaller settlements. In addition to LiDAR technology, DNA analysis has provided further insight into the ancient history of the Amazon. Recent studies of indigenous populations have shown that many of the tribes in the region share genetic markers that suggest a common ancestry with ancient civilizations that once inhabited the Amazon. These findings suggest that the peoples of the Amazon were not merely isolated tribes living in primitive conditions, but part of a much larger and more interconnected network of cultures that spanned the continent. Despite the tantalizing discoveries, the question of the lost city of Z remains unanswered. Could Fawcett have been right all along? Could a great city have once flourished in the heart of the Amazon, only to be lost to time and nature? Or was the city of Z simply a figment of his imagination, a story inspired by his desire to uncover the mysteries of the world? The evidence uncovered by modern technology certainly suggests that ancient civilizations thrived in the Amazon, but the exact nature of those civilizations, and whether or not they ever built a grand city like Z, is still open to interpretation. Perhaps the answer lies not in the discovery of a single city, but in the understanding that the ancient Amazon was home to a complex and diverse network of civilizations, each contributing to the intricate tapestry of human history. The Amazon, with its immense biodiversity and ecosystem, was likely a fertile ground for innovation, trade, and cultural exchange. The region's rivers and dense jungle may have acted as natural highways, connecting different civilizations and facilitating the spread of ideas and technologies. The construction of the monumental earthworks, the development of agricultural systems, and the evidence of advanced architectural techniques suggest that the people of the Amazon were far more sophisticated than we once believed. The quest for the lost city of Z is, in many ways, a reflection of our broader desire to uncover the hidden stories of the past. It is a search for understanding, for the answers to questions that have remained unanswered for centuries. Whether or not Z ever existed as a singular, mythical city is less important than the realization that the Amazon, like many parts of the world, was home to advanced societies that left behind clues to their existence. Today, as the Amazon faces unprecedented challenges from deforestation, climate change, and human exploitation, the exploration of its past has never been more urgent. The discoveries of the past few decades have opened new avenues of research and have brought us closer to understanding the true history of this incredible region. The story of the lost city of Z is not just about uncovering the past, it's about understanding how ancient civilizations interacted with their environment and how they shaped the world around them. The Amazon, with its dense forests and winding rivers, holds the secrets of countless civilizations, waiting to be discovered. As technology advances and our understanding of the region deepens, it is likely that even more discoveries will emerge, offering new insights into the complex history of the Amazon and the civilizations that once called it home. And perhaps, one day, the elusive city of Z will finally be found. Until then, the mystery continues to captivate us, drawing us deeper into the heart of one of the most fascinating and unexplored corners of the world. Hidden beneath the waves of the Mediterranean Sea, off the coast of modern-day Egypt, lies one of the most extraordinary and mysterious archaeological sites in the world, the lost city of Heracleion. Once a thriving and powerful port city, Heracleion has now been lost to time, only to be rediscovered in the early 21st century after having been submerged for over a millennium. The discovery of Heracleion has sent shockwaves through the archaeological world, as it challenges previous understandings of ancient civilizations and their capabilities. This incredible find is a testament to the lost world of ancient Egypt, showcasing not only the ingenuity of the people who built it but also the destructive forces of nature that can erase even the greatest of cities from history. The city of Heracleion, also known as Thonis, was an important commercial hub during the time of the ancient Egyptian Empire, dating back to around 700 BCE. Located at the mouth of the Nile River, it played a crucial role in Egypt's trade and commerce, serving as a gateway for merchants traveling between Egypt, Greece, and the rest of the Mediterranean. The city was a bustling port, with massive docks, warehouses, and temples dedicated to the gods of ancient Egypt. It was a place of wealth and power, where the forces of Egypt's military and religious might converged with the commercial and cultural influence of the Greeks and other Mediterranean peoples. Heracleion's importance in ancient Egyptian history cannot be overstated. The city was believed to be the home of the Egyptian god Horus and was associated with the worship of the god Ammonius. Heracleion was also a major center for Egyptian religious rituals and festivals, and it is thought to have been the site of the first Egyptian sailing fleet. The city's wealth and significance were tied to its location, situated near the mouth of the Nile River, a strategic point for both trade and defense. The Egyptians saw Heracleion as a vital hub that connected them to the wider world, facilitating the exchange of goods, culture, and ideas. But despite its importance, Heracleion eventually vanished from the pages of history. By the time of the Roman Empire, the city had faded into obscurity, and for centuries, it was believed to have been little more than a legend. Early accounts from ancient Greek historians such as Herodotus mention Thonis Heracleion, but no one knew for certain where the city had once stood. In fact, many assumed that the city had been destroyed by the Romans or the Persians, or that it had been swallowed up by time and natural disasters, leaving nothing but stories and myths behind. The true fate of Heracleion remained unknown for centuries, until a remarkable discovery in 2000 changed everything. Frank Gaudio, a French underwater archaeologist, and his team embarked on an underwater excavation off the coast of Egypt, near the Bay of Abu Qir, just north of Alexandria. In a location that had long been considered a wasteland of sand and silt, Gaudio and his team uncovered what would become one of the most significant underwater discoveries in history. Under the waters, which had submerged the area for over 1,000 years, they found the remains of a large city, its streets, temples, statues, and even ships still intact. What they discovered was nothing short of extraordinary. The remains of Heracleion, buried beneath some 30 feet of water, were remarkably well preserved. The ruins included large stone structures, statues of gods, and massive stone blocks that were once part of temples dedicated to Egyptian deities. In the city's harbor, divers found ancient shipwrecks, including a fleet of large, wooden ships that had once sailed in and out of the port. Among the most remarkable finds were several statues of Horus and other Egyptian gods, which had stood proudly at the entrance to the city's temples. The discovery of Heracleion was not only remarkable for the artifacts it revealed but also for the clues it provided about the reasons behind the city's disappearance. The city had been swallowed by the sea, but the exact cause of its submergence remained a mystery for many years. Some believed that Heracleion had been destroyed in a massive earthquake or that it had fallen victim to rising sea levels caused by climate change. Others suggested that the city had been struck by a series of natural disasters, such as flooding or storms, which eventually caused it to sink into the depths of the Mediterranean. While the exact cause is still debated, it is believed that a combination of geological factors, including earthquakes and shifting tectonic plates, caused the land beneath Heracleion to gradually sink into the sea. The site of Heracleion is a treasure trove of archaeological discoveries, providing invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian civilization and the world of the Mediterranean. For example, the ruins of the Temple of Ammonius were uncovered, complete with statues and inscriptions that offer a glimpse into the religious practices of the time. The statues of gods, including large figures of Horus, suggest that the city was an important center of worship, and the presence of Greek and Egyptian inscriptions suggests that Heracleion was a place of cultural exchange between the two civilizations. The presence of Greek pottery and Egyptian hieroglyphs confirms that the city was a vibrant crossroads for merchants, diplomats, and travelers from across the Mediterranean world. One of the most remarkable discoveries at the site was the excavation of a series of shipwrecks in the city's harbor. The ships, which were discovered in remarkably good condition, had been sunk in the harbor at some point in the city's history. Some of the ships were still partially intact, with large sections of their wooden hulls and cargo holds preserved beneath the water. The ships were filled with treasures, including bronze statues, gold jewelry, and ceramic jars, providing further evidence of the city's wealth and its connections to the wider world. The ships had likely been used for trade, transporting goods such as grain, wine, and other valuable commodities to and from Heracleion. In addition to the ships and statues, archaeologists also uncovered a series of coins and inscriptions that provided evidence of the city's role in both Egyptian and Greek politics. Some of the inscriptions featured the name of the Egyptian king Nectanebo I, who ruled Egypt in the 4th century BCE, and they suggest that Heracleion may have played a role in the political and military affairs of the time. The discovery of these inscriptions has helped to shed light on the complex relationship between Egypt and Greece during this period and the role that Heracleion played as a strategic port city. Today, the ruins of Heracleion stand as a testament to the sophistication and grandeur of ancient Egyptian civilization. The city, once a bustling center of commerce, religion, and culture, is now an archaeological site that attracts researchers and tourists alike. As underwater archaeology continues to develop and more discoveries are made at the site, scholars are uncovering more about the daily life, trade, and religious practices of the people who once inhabited this incredible city. But the story of Heracleion is also a reminder of the transience of civilization. No matter how powerful, wealthy, or advanced a city may become, it is always vulnerable to the forces of nature. The rise and fall of cities like Heracleion remind us of the fragility of human achievements and the ever-present power of the natural world. As modern-day cities face challenges such as rising sea levels, climate change, and natural disasters, the story of Heracleion offers a poignant lesson in the need for preservation, sustainability, and a deep respect for the forces of nature. In the years since the discovery of Heracleion, the underwater excavations continue, and each new finding adds another layer to our understanding of this lost city. The work is slow, as the site is submerged in water, but the progress made so far has been remarkable. Heracleion may no longer be a bustling port, but it remains a window into the ancient world, offering a glimpse of what was once one of the most important cities in the Mediterranean. Deep within the dense jungles of Southeast Asia, hidden for centuries beneath thick layers of vegetation, lies a forgotten city, one that was once a thriving center of civilization and power, yet vanished into obscurity. The city of Angkor, located in what is now Cambodia, was the heart of the Khmer Empire, a powerful and advanced civilization that dominated much of Southeast Asia for several centuries. Today, Angkor is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, renowned for its stunning architecture, intricate carvings, and expansive temples. But beyond the beauty and grandeur of the Angkor temples lies a profound mystery: what caused the decline of one of the greatest empires in the history of Southeast Asia? How did a civilization that once boasted a population of over 1 million people, with monumental cities, vast networks of canals, and impressive hydraulic systems, suddenly collapse and disappear from the historical record? The story of Angkor's rise and fall is one of the most captivating mysteries in the world of archaeology, blending the allure of ancient history with the enigma of what remains hidden beneath the jungle. Angkor's most famous monument, the sprawling Angkor Wat, is one of the largest religious monuments in the world, attracting millions of visitors each year. Its towering spires, intricate bas-reliefs, and grand scale serve as a testament to the advanced engineering and architectural prowess of the Khmer Empire. However, as impressive as the temples of Angkor are, they are only a small part of the larger puzzle. The true extent of Angkor's greatness lies not just in its temples but in its vast urban infrastructure, including its extensive water management systems, agricultural terraces, and urban planning, all of which supported a large, thriving population. The mysteries surrounding Angkor's decline are as complex as its rise, involving factors such as environmental change, resource depletion, political instability, and even the shifting dynamics of religious and cultural practices. The roots of the Khmer Empire, and the founding of Angkor itself, can be traced back to the early 9th century CE when the first king of the Khmer Empire, Jayavarman II, established the city as the political and religious center of the kingdom. It was during the reign of Jayavarman II that the empire began to flourish, with Angkor being chosen as the site for the capital. Over the centuries, Angkor grew into a monumental city, with hundreds of temples, reservoirs, and palaces, all designed to reflect the grandeur and power of the Khmer rulers. The construction of Angkor Wat, a temple dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu, began during the reign of Suryavarman II in the 12th century and was completed over several decades. The temple's sheer size and complexity, with its vast galleries, intricate carvings, and impressive spires, were meant to symbolize the king's divine power and the kingdom's supremacy. But while Angkor Wat is perhaps the most iconic structure of the Khmer Empire, it is just one of many temples that dot the landscape of Angkor. The city of Angkor itself was a sprawling metropolis, covering over 200 square kilometers at its peak. It housed an intricate network of canals, reservoirs, and waterways, which were used to irrigate the land, transport goods, and provide water for the population. These water management systems were incredibly advanced, demonstrating the Khmer Empire's deep understanding of hydrology and engineering. In fact, the hydraulic engineering systems of Angkor were so sophisticated that they are still regarded as one of the greatest achievements of ancient civilizations. The network of canals, reservoirs, and ponds allowed the Khmer Empire to support a large and growing population, ensuring that the city remained vibrant and prosperous for centuries. The success of Angkor was also based on the strength of the empire's military and economic power. The Khmer Empire controlled a vast region of Southeast Asia, including parts of modern-day Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, and Myanmar. The Khmer rulers established strong trade relationships with neighboring kingdoms, facilitating the exchange of goods such as spices, silk, and precious metals. This wealth allowed the empire to fund the construction of its monumental temples and cities, as well as to maintain a powerful army. The Khmer Empire's military prowess, combined with its vast economic resources, enabled it to expand its influence throughout the region and secure its dominance for several centuries. However, despite its successes, the Khmer Empire's glory would eventually fade, and Angkor would fall into decline. The exact reasons for this decline are still debated by historians and archaeologists, but several key factors likely contributed to the city's eventual abandonment and the collapse of the empire. One of the most significant factors in Angkor's decline was environmental change. Despite the advanced water management systems that had once supported the city, Angkor's reliance on irrigation systems and reservoirs may have led to long-term ecological damage. Climate change likely played a role, with shifts in monsoon patterns and periods of drought possibly affecting the region's ability to support large-scale agriculture. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Angkorian rulers were heavily dependent on rice cultivation, which required a consistent water supply. Periods of severe drought or flooding could have decimated the crops, leading to food shortages and widespread famine. Additionally, the soil in the region was likely degraded over time, as the large-scale irrigation systems caused the soil to become increasingly saline, reducing its fertility. Another contributing factor to Angkor's decline was resource depletion. The construction of Angkor's temples and infrastructure required vast amounts of timber and stone, resources that were not always readily available. The clearing of forests for construction and agriculture may have led to deforestation, soil erosion, and the disruption of the region's natural ecosystems. The overuse of the land's resources, combined with environmental changes, could have strained the city's ability to support its large population. As the resources needed to maintain the city dwindled, the economy began to weaken, and the once thriving metropolis began to decline. Political instability and internal strife also played a role in the fall of Angkor. By the 14th century, the Khmer Empire was experiencing internal turmoil, with rival factions competing for power. This instability, combined with external threats from neighboring kingdoms, weakened the empire's ability to defend itself and maintain control over its vast territories. The once great capital of Angkor became vulnerable to attacks from the Thai kingdom of Ayutthaya, which eventually sacked the city in the 15th century. The collapse of the central authority and the eventual sacking of the city led to the abandonment of Angkor by the ruling elite, and the empire's power shifted to other cities in the region. Religious and cultural changes may have also contributed to the decline of Angkor. The Khmer rulers initially embraced Hinduism, building temples dedicated to Hindu gods and incorporating Hindu religious practices into the royal court. However, by the 13th century, Buddhism began to gain prominence, and the rulers of Angkor gradually adopted Buddhist practices. This shift in religious ideology may have contributed to the destabilization of the empire, as the rulers sought to reconcile the competing demands of Hinduism and Buddhism. The construction of temples such as Bayon, with its distinctive Buddhist imagery, represents this cultural and religious transition, but it also highlights the internal tensions that were brewing within the Khmer elite. As the empire's unity faltered, so too did its ability to maintain its once great capital. The eventual abandonment of Angkor did not mean the complete disappearance of the Khmer Empire. While Angkor may have fallen into disuse, the empire continued to exist for a time in other cities, and the Khmer people continued to influence the region. Over time, Angkor became swallowed by the jungle, its temples and monuments obscured by vines and trees. For centuries, the grandeur of Angkor was lost to the world, and the city faded into legend. It wasn't until the 19th century that European explorers began to rediscover the ruins of Angkor, and only in the 20th century that archaeological excavations revealed the true scale and significance of the city. Today, Angkor remains one of the most important archaeological sites in the world, attracting millions of visitors every year. The temples and monuments of Angkor, though weathered by time and nature, still stand as a testament to the brilliance and ambition of the Khmer Empire. The mystery of Angkor's rise and fall continues to fascinate scholars, as new discoveries are made each year. As researchers continue to study the city and its history, they uncover more about the empire's remarkable achievements and the factors that led to its eventual collapse.